Good evening, everyone. It is now 6:30, and I'll call our work session to order. And as usual, our work sessions are very informal, and we'll get straight to the items on the agenda. The first one is the max tax discussion, and Kelly Stry, our finance director, is going to be presenting. Kelly,
Thank you.
good evening.
Madam Mayor, council members, this is your second meeting, second full work session on the 2018 budget process. This is a reminder of where we are in the process, this slide, and what is coming in the future. So we already had in June the discussion about the pressures that, in a very broad sense, that the city is facing with its budget. And tonight, we are giving you a little bit more detail, but it still stays as a pretty broad where we are in the process. We have departments who have been working on their budgets diligently. As I always say, we have about 50 people out in the departments that are pouring through the numbers, the very detailed line items, looking at what they're doing, how they're doing it, what efficiencies can be made, and where the cost pressures are. So they're balancing those things within their departments, and they've turned those into us mainly. Mostly we're tweaking it and summarizing that information, but we're still looking at a high level for this meeting. In September, at the first council meeting in September, we'll be looking to the council for adoption of a max tax, and that is what is certified to the county to go on the property tax max tax statement, so the proposed property tax. From there, that property tax levy cannot go up. It can go down from there, but it cannot go up. So we want to make sure that we have considered all of the things that the council would like to have in the budget at this point in time and allow enough flexibility for that. And then October 24th is when we start into that real detailed budget information. And we prepare a virtual open house, which is a video of what each department does and how they spend their money and the challenges that they're facing. And also the department budget presentations by the department heads to the council at a work session. So you have the opportunity to hear from each of the departments and ask questions at that time of where they are, what challenges they're facing. And then not on this screen, but November 1st, inserted in there is when you get your budget workbooks, your detailed budget workbooks. And then 2 work sessions in November to talk in specific about the budget. The very first one, November 14th, we talk about the property tax supported funds and general property tax funds. And then November 28th, we focus on those enterprise funds, capital improvement funds, and capital, and those things that they're kind of all tied together and seem to work well together. And then in December 5th, you would be considering the adoption of the budget and the levy. So already into talking about winter. It's a sad thing to do at this point in time, right? Tonight, we are looking at just giving you information, getting some feedback to prepare the resolutions that will need to be presented at the September 5th meeting. As of right now, well, there are no levy limits for 2018. And the proposed property tax statements are mailed to the homeowners, property owners in November.
And that's just an estimate because
Right.
they'll get their statements, their actual statements in January or February. Heather?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, that estimate, though, is based on the max tax.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
just so.
And that's, yeah.
Clear.
Yes. And it's actually about March that
They get their actual,
the actual tax statement.
yeah.
Back in June, we estimated that we would be at about a 3.6. And that is where we are still looking at. We have not lowered that amount. We have absorbed a few things into that, made some changes within it, but still looking at 3.6% increase. That would be approximately 1.192 million increase in the property tax level. Most of that is for current service levels at 895,000, so about 2.7% increase. Adopted plans represent the rest of that at 297,000, so just a little less than 1% increase. And we'll go through the details of that as well. I think I pretty much incorporated this slide into my earlier comments, so I don't think I have anything else to add to that. As we look at property tax funds, we are really talking about these funds on the screen, the majority of it being in the general fund. And then capital funds, parks capital, the IT capital fund, equipment and vehicle replacement. There is still a levy in the facilities replacement fund, and we'll talk about that in a future slide as well. And infrastructure trust fund, as we call the ITF fund. And then we have a special revenue fund for the forestry fund with focusing on the emerald ash borer issue. And then separate from the city is an economic development authority, but we always roll it in with the city levy as we're talking about the budget because you are also in control of that. So it does show up separately on homeowners and property owners' tax statements, but we want to keep that all together because it is all within your control. This slide shows you how the funds changed for the projected levy for 2018, or not the projection, not how they've changed yet, but how we're proposing or looking at the estimate for those funds. One thing you saw in your background, we talked a little bit about a technical change. Property tax levies versus interfund transfers. So historically, we've treated some of the funds as a property tax levy within the general fund, and then we move them through an interfund transfer over to the funds where we spend that money. And a few other funds, we actually levy directly in those funds. We are proposing that we just make them all a direct property tax levy within the funds, just to be a little clearer, a little more transparent. It's one of those things that it doesn't affect the tax levy in total at all. It is simply an accounting change.
Yeah, it's a technical change, so it doesn't appear like it's double counted.
That's right. It kind of has.
'Cause that's what I looked at, yeah.
It currently kind of has four sides to the entry. It has a revenue
Yeah.
in the general fund and a transfer out,
Yeah.
and then a transfer in those other funds and a spending.
Yeah.
And we're just saying, let's just simplify that. Let's put it directly into the fund that it's going to be spent out of
Yeah.
and make it a little bit more simple.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Does anybody have any questions on that particular
I'm watching.
issue?
If somebody has a question, I'll have them.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so this slide is pretty much the same slide that you saw in June of where the pressures are. So we have current service levels at 895,000. That is because we are a service organization and funded and most of our costs are in personnel. The majority of the increases are related to the cost of personnel services. There is some money in there for health insurance increases that we're faced with. We have a workers' comp increase this year. We've had some experience that is causing that cost to go up. Trying to also mitigate that with activities within within our staff to try to avoid that in the future, but we are faced with an increase at this point in time. I have listed a para increase for police and fire. That didn't happen,
Yeah.
but I'm leaving it out there just as a point of reference that could happen in the future. And then wage and benefit increases, other wage and benefit increases, those are COLAs and steps for
Please let
employees.
everybody who's listening understand when there is an increase for police and fire or any of our other para benefits, that comes from the board of the public employee, right?
That's right, that's outside of your
Yeah,
control.
it's outside of our control, and it comes from the Public Employee Retirement Board.
Yes, that's true.
Madam Mayor, and from
Yes.
state statute.
Yes,
Yep.
Yeah.
State statute
Yeah.
governs those increases.
so that's something that people need to know when those increases happen. We have no control over that.
Yes. Current expenditures, which are all other kinds of hard costs that we have in the general fund, are a small portion of the fund, or of the expenditures. But we're looking at about $250,000 overall increase across all departments. That's less than 1%. So we're, all the departments are trying very hard to manage those costs, offsetting efficiencies with any inflationary increases, and that's something that they've been working hard through on this summer. And then the other piece is increases in non-tax revenues. So what's being offset by other types of revenues that we have, like charges for services and intergovernmental and all those kinds of things. We're looking at a net increase of about $200,000 in our other revenues to offset increases in expenses. The funding for the adopted plans, you're looking at the list that you have there. It's very similar to your past years, and it is pretty much on target with what had been projected last year during the budget process for the 2018 budget. Each year we take a look at how much of the increase is offset by taxes borne by new construction. So we have new construction, new things that come online, new taxpayers, new value. And that is about $125,000 this year of, if you apply
property tax.
the increase in value to the tax rate, that will generate about an additional $125,000. That means the existing tax base would bear about $1,067,000 of this increase, or 3.2%. This is very preliminary on the estimated impact of a 3.6, but it just gives you sort of a point of reference to frame the discussion. Residential properties, the median home value did increase in Burnsville in 2018, or for 2017 values for 2018 taxes to $238,200. Last year, that value was $222,000.
Dan,
Can I ask
G?
you to back up for a minute to the new construction?
Yes.
What does that include? Is that just something that it comes online as taxes, or does that include fees and permits and other things that
No.
are included?
That's the market value of new construction that happens within Burnsville.
Yeah.
So property values increase, not just because valuations of existing properties increase, but because we actually have a new building or a new addition or that sort of thing. And then we take that valuation that was added and multiply that times the tax rate to say that's how much that new construction.
Yeah, Dan?
How
would
long
generate.
after a new building gets a CO, does it come on tax?
There's a
line?
lag.
Is it-
There is a
There's
lag.
How long a lag is that?
I think it's a 2-year lag.
Yeah.
It's a 2-year lag.
About a year and a half
Yeah.
to 2 years, yeah, it
So
depends.
next year, we wouldn't see the like 20.
It really depends on what time of year that the project ends up getting finished, and so then comes online. The county
Yeah.
is assigning that value. So you may have a portion of the value
Yeah.
in 1 year if it's partially done.
Yeah, and then the full value.
The rest of the value in the following year. So that's really hard to,
Any delays in construction can cost the taxpayers money.
yeah, they are not, yes, they're not paying
Yeah,
on their full value until the property is completed.
yeah.
Good point.
Okay. So, back to the slide, we are seeing the home value growth at about 7.3% in their valuation. And we're seeing commercial property growth at about 2.3%. So that's on the existing properties. So, the residential values continue to grow at a faster rate than the commercial properties, so there's that tax shift. They are going to see more, because it is a pie, it's divided based on valuation. If one segment is going up at a faster rate than the other segment, they're gonna take on more of the property tax burden. So, with a 3.6% levy increase, that translates somewhere to a $32 per year increase to that median home value.
About
Now-
$260 a month.
Yes. And on the $1 million commercial property, and that's just this hypothetical $1 million we've always compared to for the last several years, many years, that would look like a decrease of $243 per year. So everybody's valuation changes differently, so on existing property, it doesn't mean that every property in the city went up 7.3%. It means that on average, that's what we're seeing. Some may go up, some may go down, they go up at different rates. So it's really hard to say, but it just is a point of reference, a sort of frame
Yeah.
where we're at. These are updated projections. You look at your 5-year plans every year, each of your financial plans for each fund, 5 years out. And we do some projections on if costs are increasing at the same rates that they have been, or things that we know are coming in the future are factored into. We look at what would that mean in a percent increase in the levy. I redid this chart a little bit based on some feedback that you had at the last meeting that you would like to see maybe some of the things that are affecting some of those bigger years. So you can see each year that orange mount is really that base current service level. That's the pressure that we're pretty much facing if things go the same each year, if they're going at this same rate that we're going. And we have a couple unusual things. In 2019, we have the SAFER grant ending, so we had a couple years of SAFER grant, and where they're paying for part of the expenses of those firefighters. And we will have to increase, if we're going to continue that, we would have to increase the levy to offset those expenses.
Yeah, Dan?
Could you clarify what 2 years and when those years started? The SAFER grant is providing funding, it didn't start January 1st per se, it's middle of the year.
It's 2017 and 2018, but you're right, it didn't start January 1st of 2017.
So it'll run
I'm-
into part of 2019 before that?
It's hard to tell at this point of how,
March?
Goes through March of 2019 and then, so April 1st forward.
Yeah,
Or, yeah, so we get basically 1/4 of 2019 and the other 3/4 plus a couple weeks. Okay.
Bill?
Just so we're clear to the public, would you, and we've talked about it before, but could you give an estimate of what that then would cost on an annual basis if you calculated that first, next year, if we kept the new hires on that the Safer Grant's covering?
I believe that we said it's about $200,000, which 0.6% is,
0.6.
yeah, that's about where we're at.
For the whole year?
The increase.
Increase,
Right.
the
Yes.
increase into the
And I-
fire budget.
Right, and I do think we have an incremental factored in there, just
Yeah.
what you were talking about, that it's a partial year. So there would be a little tail to 2020 as well.
It's 200,000 in
Yeah.
2019 or 200,000 in a full year? Can you clarify?
Yeah.
Madam
Heather.
Mayor, Councilmember Keeley, I think what Kelly's saying is right now we've got a partial estimate in there because we don't know how much revenue we're gonna get, because $250,000 does not reflect the cost of the
That's
full
right.
cost of staffing. I
Yeah.
think you all know this, but for the public's sake, it's about 440,000 or roughly
Yeah.
about that, if I'm remembering that correctly. And then it's offset by some of the revenue that we get from the ambulance transport. And so until we know what those revenue numbers are, we're not gonna know exactly what this number is in 2019.
Okay,
But we'll be able to, because we have 2 years of support, we'll be able to get 2 years of additional revenue
yeah,
to put on the books to know by the time we absorb the hard costs. we'll
Right,
know
and
and we
roughly
can
what
build
they've
it
been
in
delivering, right?
also.
And Councilmember Keeley, as you'll recall, those revenues currently are
Yeah.
offsetting our costs for additional equipment and
Right.
uniforms and things that we need.
To
for-
outfit the 4 new ones, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to BJ and then I'll come to you, Bill. So, Chief, did you have something to add?
No, I think City Manager Johnson covered. No, you're good.
Oh, are we
Kelly
okay?
looked back, but I think the key here is that there's some offsetting revenues that we will have some experience with to better be able to refine those revenues and expenses. I think we base those projections on what our current experience is, but
Okay.
knowing that it's a 12-hour truck versus our 24-hour truck, we may have some different experience that would be helpful.
It is a very different operation than
Yeah.
what we're used to, so the estimates are, we're quite rough, and we are waiting to see how that all falls.
Okay, Bill?
I just want to, so we know, the rough estimate right now is 200,000, and it's not a complete shot in the dark because we know what our reimbursement rate is now for our provider, through our providers, so.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay,
And.
thanks, Chief.
In 2020, the green portion represents the heart of the city, TIF district
Decertification.
decertifying, and the additional debt service that was scheduled in
Yeah.
for the Ames Center to be offset by that tax valuation coming on board, so.
Yeah. And that's
that
what
was-
people need to know. It's not new money, it's money that's been there, it's just transferred over to the general fund.
That's correct. Okay. What are some of the things that are driving the need for additional tax levy in future years? It's really very similar to what you're seeing driving the tax levy increase for 2018. Cost of living adjustments and steps for staff, health insurance premium increases, workers' comp increases, and police and fire pension rate increases. The cost of maintaining general government services for operations like public safety, parks operations, street maintenance, those things are all tax levy funded. So they don't have other offsetting revenues. We don't charge a user fee to do those particular things. So there's, all of those increases would need to be paid by a property tax levy versus, so they don't drive other revenue increases, with the exception of EMS, as we mentioned earlier, EMS fees. In your plans, your adopted plans, we have some plans that we've had in place for a long time with planned increases that Parks capital funding increases are planned at 50,000. As you probably remember from previous discussions, that this is very tight, and we're not sure about park development fees. Well, you're considering some developments that will
Yeah.
provide some fees, so that particular plan is looking better.
Yeah, and what everybody needs to know, when there is redevelopment, there is no additional funds going into the parks capital fund because they've already paid. That property has already paid.
That's
Yes, Jenny?
Madam Mayor, if they haven't paid, they
Yeah.
will have to pay.
That's right.
And sometimes if the use and the zoning is converted and it's going from, let's say, single family or scattered single family to a higher use, it's based on the change in intensity of uses. So
Yeah.
if more units are added,
Yeah.
then they have to pay more fees.
Just a little, yeah.
Just the difference.
Just the difference.
Yes.
From what the zoning used to
But
be.
generally, it's not, we're not at a place where we were 20 years ago where new development was rolling in.
That's
And
right.
we had lots of, it's much smaller. I think
Oh,
that's your
yeah.
point.
So we are not proposing that this would change at all, the 50,000, or for the future years at this point in time, given what we know. Forestry, the Emerald Ash Borer plan increases an annual 50,000. Staff is backing that down.
Yeah.
We are still anticipating that 50,000 would be needed for 2018, but the future years are looking like would
We're doing good.
perhaps support
Yeah.
at that level then as
Yeah.
a level, so backing that down. Capital equipment funding, those funds, the vehicle and equipment replacement, the IT capital, those two funds are run very lean and they're very tight on fund balance. This particular increase is an inflationary type increase that we're seeing in the cost of those vehicles, replacing those vehicles, and they are managed very closely by the fleet department and by the departments themselves as to addressing have the needs changed?
Yeah.
Where can we put vehicles to best use? How can we share them and those sorts of things? So just know that those things are all factored in there, but we still have a inflationary type increase factored into that fund. Those two funds. Previously, council members have indicated that some items you would like to discuss as possible additions to the budget for 2018. These items listed here are ones that we have gathered from previous discussions from you. We do not have any of these items in the 3.6, so adding any of these items would be an increase to the 3.6%. As a point of reference, since the levy is about $33 million, each 30,000 represents about a 0.1%. Actually, 33,000 would be about 1% increase in the tax levy. So if you add any of these particular items, it would mean either reducing other costs by an equal amount or increasing the property tax levy by that amount. So starting at the top, the fire inspector for hotels, we're looking at an annual cost, and this I think was discussed at a
Yeah.
June or
Yeah.
July work session. Background, looking at annual costs of about 110,000, and there would be some startup capital costs of about 50,000. The legacy events refer,
Heather?
And Chief Jungman did put some additional information. You had requested some more information, and that was in your background about,
Yep.
and that's, which is also online for the public, that shows some of that follow.
Yeah.
I want to make sure people saw that. Thank you.
yes, and I believe that was referencing
Yes,
what other cities are doing in that.
that's right.
So the legacy events, those are the fire muster and
Very little of the
international.
International Festival.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
I think
And
the Heart of the City
Heart of
race
the-
is now rolled into that, or has,
Yes.
it's rolled into this number?
That's true.
Part of fire muster.
Pardon me?
It's
For the-
part of fire muster numbers.
Oh, it's
yes.
included in the fire muster? Okay, I thought that the Heart of the City race wanted to stand alone as a legacy. Dan?
Yes, our EIN is probably going to come tomorrow and will
Okay,
be established. So it's kind of
yeah,
sort of after the fact this year because
okay,
we've already acted upon a lot of things, but
Okay.
I will say to the credit of city staff, I believe that the event received the sort of call it the marketing standalone that the other events get this year in the utility bill and the marquee and the Burnsville Bulletin. So I really have no complaints. It'll just be easier next year because we'll have this nonprofit established and we'll have to formally take it back up to put it back into the
Okay.
standalone legacy.
Okay.
But, I was very happy with staff's response this year to my request, so.
okay. And this is the total then,
It-
of
it
all of
is.
those legacy events?
Yes.
Okay.
That's true. So that is
Goes to staff.
the split. I believe it's 50% is what we have been covering. Is that-
For all
I've
three
spoken-
events.
Yeah. So this would be the 50% that we have billed out to those events if you wanted to cover that 100% by the city. There was some discussion about dedicating police fines for parking to senior services or senior center or something like that. Those fines are currently considered as part of our revenue sources in the general fund, so dedicating those fines to something else would mean that we would have to fill that with a property tax levy or
Yeah.
cuts in expenditures.
Okay,
The EDA levy increase, the maximum allowed is approximately 1.1 million. To increase the EDA levy to the maximum would be an additional levy of about 500,000. We do have some future slides on the EDA levy coming up here as well. NLC membership and related travel to training or conferences for that is approximately $10,000 if you want to. I don't know how many years ago.
it was
had that.
2009, I think, when that was cut, yeah.
So if you wanted
Well,
to join
the-
that
The council
organization.
made the decision to not be members of NLC.
So if we went to rejoin that organization, that would be an additional 10,000 approximately. And then the final thing that we have on the list are the overhead street banners options. And Mr. Albrecht is actually going to talk about that in his presentation as well. For the purposes of my slide, I had it kind of broken out into annual costs. Those would be banner replacements or having additional banners annually. And then the capital cost would be the actual poles that they would be on. These mine are more roughs. Mr. Albrecht has much more detailed numbers on that. They're
Okay.
finer.
Dan?
When we were talking about these overhead banners or the pole banners or whatever we're gonna end up doing, didn't it come out that while the city has to buy them, that the actual event itself would be paying through them and the city's just the conduit? So I'm trying to understand the $10,000 cost that we would have, because,
That would be an option.
yeah, it's
so-
gonna,
Yes.
it's gonna come back to the city through the
I thought,
festivals
that-
and
I thought
events.
we agreed that they would pay for it.
Yeah.
So-
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, Mr. Albrecht's gonna talk about
Yeah,
that later,
we-
so that
yeah,
might
when-
give
when
you
we
time
get
have
to
that
your
conversation.
presentation.
I don't think we agreed on anything. I think we agreed
No.
we'd bring back more information.
That's right.
So I think.
I understand, because we have to also understand, what is our identity? Small town or metropolitan city? Yeah, so, and we talked about bannerets, and I think that's gonna be part of your presentation.
We'll talk more
Yeah,
detail on it in a few.
so we'll do that.
Okay. So, and we'll give you an opportunity at the end to weigh in on these items as well, give us direction on where you'd like to go. I am jumping ahead a couple slides to just talk about the fund balance before I talk about the next two slides. I thought it might give it a little bit of point of reference. The fund balance that you have in the general fund consists of four different pieces, really. There's a small, the green piece is a restricted for sustainability. That fund balance came online when we had restricted landfill fees that could only be spent on certain kinds of things
And that's
by
by
state
law.
law.
Yeah,
And so we have a balance in there that can only be spent towards things like recycling, sustainability activities, and those kinds of things. And we have been spending that down each year by using about 140,000, I'll say roughly each year. It grows as costs grow, but roughly 140,000 each year. And we are proposing to spend a little bit more on that with the parks recycling, which we'll talk in a few minutes about. But that is a finite balance because we're no longer adding to that balance. There are no more landfill fees that are restricted for this purpose. So as we spend this out, it will carry out for several more years, but it does not go on into infinity because we're not adding to it, we're only subtracting from the balance. The orange section represents the amount of fund balance that we need for cash flow. So the majority of your revenues in the general fund come in through property taxes, and you get those property tax payments in May, and or people that's due in May, we get them in June and December. So we have to make it all the way through June on before we have the cash available to spend on things. So that's why we need to carry a fund balance. And in your policy, in your financial management plan says the fund balance should be at least 35% just for cash flow, just to cover that first part of the year. And as your expenditures grow in the general fund, that 35% of course grows each year and how much you'll need for cash balance. So you're seeing that orange piece of the fund balance grow. The red piece are things that council has identified each year as one-time fund balance uses. And we'll talk more about that. And then the light blue at the top is available for contingency. And council has kind of used a $2 million number for a long time without any inflationary increases, as we talk about that. But that at least $2 million we should have available for things that happen that we don't anticipate. So we don't want to levy each year for something that may or may not happen. We want to have just a fund balance available for things like storm cleanup. We don't have those every year. Just unusual things, a
unanticipated
downturn in the
events.
economy that would change our permit fees or some of those kinds of things that have happened in the past. So just as a point of reference. As each year, we budget for revenues to match expenditures except for these fund balance uses. And we may or, that's an estimate, our best guess, but we typically come in about 2% under, which contributes to fund balance. So each year, if the fund balance grows, then you have the opportunity to say for next year, do you want to spend some of that on these one-time expenditures or not?
okay, Dan G.
When I was going through the background, I noticed in 2013 that contingency fund was fairly low.
Yep.
What drivers were there that made such a significant change?
In 2013, there was a significant change in the market, interest rate market.
Yeah.
So our investments, we have to record our investments at market value. And right at December 31st, which is when our annual audit is, the market took a big change in market value. And so we had to take a paper loss on investments, which then came back the following year as it reversed.
Yeah.
Because we do hold we buy our investments to hold. We don't take those actual losses, but we do have to record those things. So that is one of those years. So it's actually an example of why you have a fund balance above your 35% minimum, because that was an unanticipated
Yeah.
thing. It wasn't cash out the door
No.
that year, but it did become unavailable for spending.
And we don't want to get into the property tax when these
Oh, no,
things.
no, I just
happen.
saw that
Yeah.
huge increase. It's like, what happened in one
Yeah.
year that
Yep.
make that happen?
Yeah, and I've dropped a few years off, some of the older years off this chart, but if you saw the year directly before 2013, it was it was higher, so it was a one-year blip.
Yeah.
That came back, so. So, these are some items, that, we have, listed for you to consider of whether you want to use fund balance for these items. So starting with the Ice Center debt service, this is actually somewhat different in that it is a commitment that the council made several years ago. I want to say 6 years, something like that, 6 years ago, excuse me. That there, at that time, there was a significant amount of fund balance available, and rather than spend it on one time, it was, that available fund balance was set aside to spend, to help fund 10 years' worth of contributions for debt service to the Ice Center bonds. This was to be reaffirmed each year if the fund balance was available. And the council could switch at any time to change this back to a debt service levy, but that would be an increase in the levy if you did choose to do that. As long as there is available fund balance, you can continue to do this $140,000 annually. The comp plan update, in 2016, the council chose to use fund balance to do that comp plan update. It was a 2-year project. It's actually kind of stretches into 3 years, but as far as the budget goes, it's a 2-year project, a big number that doesn't happen every year. So, in fact, it happens like once a decade. So rather than increase the property tax levy for that one big project, it was a use of fund balance. So for 2017, it was 200,000. It was also 200,000 in 2016. The next line under that is implement.
Yeah, Dan?
While you're talking about that subject, can you bounce down and explain
Certainly.
what that carry forward is of the same thing, the comp plan?
So in 2016, we had budgeted 200,000 to spend out of fund balance, but the project didn't have that much spending, and so it was carried for. It was really a 2-year project, not neatly divided into 2 years, and so what was unspent of that 200,000 was then carried forward. So at the beginning of the year, you do some amendments that you approve. For things that we budgeted for in the year, but it didn't happen, and we want to do them the following year instead. So that is how much you had approved to carry forward of the unspent. So the year-end fund balance at December 31st, 2016 was higher than you planned because you didn't spend down all of that fund balance as budgeted.
Dan?
So we allocated 200,000, spent 29 or 28 and a half, carried over the 170, and we're adding 200 to it, so we're at 370 anticipated to spend this year, plus 195 in 2018. Is that before we finalize all the costs for the comp plan?
Councilmember
Jenny.
Keely, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I believe the total cost for the comp plan, which includes some of the engineering work, park work, the whole thing, was about $400,000
That was
over
our,
the
2-year.
2.5-year period. What we're anticipating for 2018, a little bit of that is carried over, but the majority of it, it's going to be over 6 figures if we want to do a study on the Burnsville Center, County Road 42 corridor.
oh, that's what's driving the 2018
That's the-
Yes,
number. That
the
goes beyond the
implementation.
400 that we originally had.
We're
sort of
assuming you want to
planned.
do that,
All
or
right,
would want to do that, or it's been recommended so far to date, so that we're suggesting
I thought 400 was the number, and I'm adding all those up, going, all right, we're quite a bit higher than that, why? So now I get
That's why.
the 42 and B.
Yeah, so the implementation piece, the majority of that was the Burnsville Center, and then some for other things, so that, those kinds of things would come to you for approval during the year if you wanted to move forward on it. But we're not anticipating in this budget that we would propose a property tax increase to do those things. You would decide at the time you approved it, how much it was, whether you want to use fund balance, but we're anticipating somewhere in this neighborhood.
So can we attribute the 195 in whole or most of that? Maybe since we have two and we spent, I mean, we're gonna spend 400 on the comp plan if we didn't do that BV Center 42 study, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Maybe even go over that 400?
Correct. I think the carryover was at 30,000, Kelly? I want to say it wasn't that,
For 2018?
yeah.
If you consider the first 2 years, the 200, we'll carry over whatever wasn't spent.
Yeah.
So in the end, the amount of fund balance used would not vary from, unless, I don't think you're going over the 400.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna stay within the 400
That's
as we
correct.
anticipated.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's
all
just
right.
what year
Yeah,
would
that's
be
fine. It's just
expended.
total. I thought maybe it's gonna end up 430, when the end result, so. Okay, so the 195, if you pull 30 out of that, those two studies are gonna run about 165, give or take, in that
Councilmember
range.
Keely, there's some additional things in there. You know, we don't know how the comp plan, what the implementation steps are going to be. At the rate we've been going with the work that you've asked the planning department to do, we've consulted out some of that as we had previously budgeted. There may be some of this that you want to get started on, other than the 42 study, that you may want to get started on, that we're not going to have the resources in-house to do it, so we may have to hire consultants to do it. There may be other things that are suggested that be implemented as part of the comp plan, and we got to kind of plug it into what year would make sense. So for sure, we're going to have to amend our zoning ordinance to be consistent with the comp plan in 2018. Is that something staff can do? Not sure. Is it resource-wise, depending on whatever else? We still have carryover things from this year, but it's something we have to get done. Would we use consultants? That's possible. So we're trying to anticipate some things, maybe a little bit more than just the Burnsville Center 42 study. I think that's, from what I understand, would be $125,000, $150,000. So there's just a little bit more to cover some other things that would be
Anticipated
unknown
implementation, right.
at this time.
Just a quick
Yeah.
follow-up.
DK.
Well, I'm glad we're doing it that way, because that means, I mean, at a higher level, you're saying, we're gonna manage what we can with staff. When we do these one-time things or these special projects and we bump beyond staff's capacity, we go to the outside. That's good, so we're not
Yeah.
carrying that cost all the time. That's a good approach, philosophical wise. And then, secondly, to me, the investment in Burnsville Center, the 42 those are all economic development related investments. It's the prosperity of our city. And so I think using these one-time funds or our excess balance to do these one-time costs is a great investment. And maybe it should come from the EDA, because it really is EDA, but regardless, whether it comes from one fund or that, it's an excellent investment in the prosperity of Burnsville, because it all comes back to economic development. And a lot of the comp plan is going to get into all kinds of economic development with redevelopment and how we see the city growing over time.
Heather?
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Keely, because the council hasn't yet had that discussion of the comp plan, I mean, these are kind of examples at this point, until we get you all's direction on the comp plan and how you all want us to go forward on the implementation. You know, as Ms. Faulkner said, there are other, it's sort of a placeholder, if you will, so.
Okay. Danji?
Janie, when you do the study of the Burnsville Center, do you have the owners of the center engaged in this as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gustafson, we're a little far from that. So
Yeah.
certainly we will when we get to that, but we need to get through the comp plan first, get direction from you on the implementation. This is a placeholder, as Heather said. Once we get down that road, we absolutely will do that.
All right.
There's
Yeah.
4 owners out there right now, so.
Yeah. And I can tell you that we've met with them, and I still have conversations with them on an ongoing basis. So I can also report on the things that we'll be doing that will help drive some of this stuff for the Burnsville Center.
We have I would call it a special sub-task force of the mayor and myself and some staff who are attending meetings with the mall.
It'd be nice to hear about that sometime.
Agreed,
I
agreed,
think
happy
you
to share.
got from the February meeting, you did get some background on that.
And so even before the comp plan fully blossoms into a finished product, the clear and present challenge to the mall is something that's not only on our radar, but we're actively engaged with the management. And I think it was the right move to get some of us involved in that right away. But there's a lot more work to do.
And I would echo the use of the placeholder terminology for that as well. It is, particularly for this item, it doesn't mean you're authorizing
Yeah.
to go forward with these things,
Yeah.
but it does say this is a piece of fund balance that you want to set aside and not allocate for something else. You don't want to spend down fund balance and then find out you needed it for this particular item. Okay. Elections is the next item, and this is something that we've done consistently. Elections is an every other year big expenditure for the most part. Sometimes we have some equipment in the off years. We've taken the strategy of using fund balance for those every other year. So instead of raising the property tax one year and then lowering it the next year, we've used that available fund, the savings from the previous years to fund this. That is what we've done, and so we've continued that estimate. We do have we have a little bit in 2017, 30,000 that you approved that was for some equipment. And
Software.
in 2018, there is some additional equipment, electronic polls, e-poll, I believe, is part of that. And then also there would be an election in the even number year. So that is a little bit higher than usual. Safer Grant startup costs, we talked a little bit about that earlier, but that was something that you approved in 2017, that would be those costs, capital costs of implementing that. And we don't have an offsetting one, or 2018, we're not proposing any use of fund balance for Safer. The compensation study for 2018 is something that is a one-time expenditure that we've identified. It is taking a comprehensive look at all of the positions and how the pay is set in those positions. It's been an awfully long time since that has happened.
I think 1992.
Yep, there've been a lot of changes in positions over time and reallocations and those sorts of things. And we have had some open positions in the past. So some of our savings are a result of open positions. So we identified that this might be a good use of one-time funding for that, because it would really only occur once.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Heather?
Madam Mayor, I would just add that, the council's policy is to be middle of the market, and we know that we're there for our union positions because we negotiate those on a regular position, or a regular basis. But we have an awful lot of staff who are non-union, and we feel that, so we can pick those off occasionally, but at the rate we're going, it's gonna be 20 years before we know if we're in compliance, and then all the ones that we did 20 years ago would be out of compliance. And so we're really, this is about making sure that all of
Sure.
our positions are in compliance with the council's adopted policy.
Well,
regarding
when I heard
compensation.
about it, I was, and this was at a closed meeting with you, Heather, and the council, and that this was going to happen. And the last time that we did it, I think, was 1992 when I asked Jill. And that's too long. We should be doing it at least every 10 years to really understand the shifts in the market. Yeah.
For
Dan?
the benefit of us and the viewing audience, can you give a brief summary of what a compensation study does or produces? Or how do you go about it?
That we would use a consultant to review all of the job descriptions and each of the positions so that it would be done all at the same time and looking at the market of where those positions are paid and how things are relative between positions, looking at that they're all fairly consistent, I think,
Yeah.
in a nutshell.
And I think one of the things that you do is, because I remember when I was doing organizational development and some of that, you define your market. So if we're just staying within the municipal or the government entities, that's one thing, or else you can also bring in some of the others from, depending, like IT. You're looking at a broader market rather than just, because that's who we compete with
For
to
talent,
hold those
right.
people and to understand what that demand is. Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
that include the council's compensation?
I
Yeah.
think it should, Dan.
Yeah, yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Heather.
Councilmember Keely, we've brought that to you. We always bring that to you
I
on
know.
a regular
On a-
basis.
It's coming
well,
next year in
it's-
2018.
it
It happens
always
to
comes
coincide
on
with
an
your
election
compensation.
year.
Well, Dan, you can bring that up next year.
Yeah, it comes on an election year.
It won't matter. It always
Yeah.
gets shot down.
Yeah.
We like to work for free here.
Yeah. Bill?
I want you to know that before Gustafson did run, he did suggest to us that we should raise it before he runs. Like we have done since I've been here.
Yeah.
We've accepted no raises, which I think is a good policy, so.
Okay, Kelly?
Okay. Another item that we put on the, one time is, there is a broadband gap project, and I think I can defer to Ms. Hardy or to.
Thank you, Kelly. Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is a joint initiative with Dakota County and the cities in Dakota County to look at the INET and the CNET, I think about a year and a half ago. Craig Ebling came, he's doing work as a consultant on behalf of the CDA, who's running this study, and kind of explain the benefits to council about that. There has been some work done on a technical subcommittee as well as the executive committee that City Manager Johnston sits on, to look at not only the benefits, but where the gaps might be. And when you have an INET, if you're trying to connect all the cities, we need to make sure that all those connections are made with the fiber between the cities in order to complete the INET ring, if you will. The second phase of that project is to expand it into, or explore expanding that into a CNET, so commercial development to kind of generate, bring economic, or attract economic development to the region or to the county. So with that being said, the study has been complete and the gaps have been identified along with the costs for each city. So the gap project for our city would be $25,000.
Yeah, now, Heather, you want to talk a little bit more, because in our one-on-ones, you said that Egan has opted out.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Egan, the city of Egan has opted not to participate at this point in time in the citywide Dakota County broadband project. We haven't, the reason you all haven't gotten your report yet is because that's being redone to show us what that cost impact is and to talk about any ramifications. And so that, they're in the process of updating that before we bring it to you all. And this would be, I think, a cost, as Ms. Hardy said, that we would be in Burnsville for kind of additional fiber and other things that would help us kind of complete our network to participate. So, and it's a one-time cost.
Yeah, and I want to know that, well, Egan is opting out. What happens to us if we opt out as well? What is the impact of that in terms of cost? And then if we stay in, what is the impact and what do we get? I want to understand the advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we are certainly working to get that information because as you've heard me say before, I mean, we want to make sure that there is a benefit to the city of Burnsville. And so we don't have, that report's not complete yet, and so we want to get that to you, and then we're planning on having a separate presentation for you.
Yeah. Dana?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I would just add that the city of Egan did report that it is their intention to continue to work with the consortium on a go-forward basis, that their decision to not participate at this time was largely due to a timing factor. They have spent time and resources and money to develop their Access Egan program, which is just now gaining some momentum. And because of that, they would have to take a step back in order to allow all the other cities to catch up. So it was purely a timing issue on their part.
Yeah, because if I understand in past reports, we had at least either 1 or 2 miles more of fiber than Egan did. And
Madam
what
Mayor-
does that mean? Or did they add more miles than us in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I don't know the exact details, but I do know that Egan has been adding to their fiber over the years as part of their Access Egan program.
Okay, it'll be good to know how many miles they have over and above us, and so what they're doing and what does it mean for us?
Madam Mayor, that will all be in the report, so as soon
Okay.
as that's available, we're gonna share that with you.
Okay, but you're asking for $25,000 from the unfunded balance to continue to stay with the project.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yes, that's the current, and I would view that as an up-to number, but right now, that's the best estimate we have.
Okay,
And we're also going to continue to look for grant funds and other things, and work with Dakota County on that.
okay.
And then the final segment there, budget amendment, so we talked about the carry forward of the comp plan already. The legacy event reimbursements we talked about in a prior slide as an item to consider. This was the decision for 2017, for the city to fund 2017. So that's coming out of 2017 fund balance. Your other decision would be how you go forward funding that.
And you didn't include that in a one-time,
No, because the
You
go
had it in the
forward would be
others.
a repeat kind
Yeah.
of thing, so,
so it'll come out of the property tax.
right. And then we talked on the graph slide about the landfill fees. The annual cost that we have been funding would be for the sustainability fund, which is a recycling program, and then the general fund support of that kind of activity as well, amounts to about 140, in that neighborhood that you're seeing up there annually coming out of the landfill fees. To implement the recycling in the parks, we would be having some capital costs for a vehicle and the containers that would be in the parks. And then the operations, we put in here as a possibility, you could fund that out of the landfill fees, or you could fund it out of the property tax levy. We're really just leaving it up here as an option. It probably is, since it's an ongoing expense, would be something that you might want to consider just absorbing into the general fund piece of it and using just that capital investment out of the fund balance.
Okay, and
But
this
we're
is a
leaving it
seasonal
here as-
worker.
This would be a seasonal, yes, and any costs of operating the vehicle, miscellaneous kinds of costs.
Yeah, Steve?
Minor equipment costs, a contribution to the capital fund for replacement, things, minor costs, nothing major.
Well, it makes sense to come out of the restricted fund because that's what it's for.
The downside of it coming out of restricted is that then it's an annual cost, and that finite balance is going down faster. So if there were any other plans to use that fund for something else, it starts going away.
So, but the one-time cost, that's what
one-time
you're.
cost, I
yeah.
think,
It's
makes-
the operational cost that needs to get on the general fund, just like all of the other things that we do. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Dan Kay?
Can you go back one more slide to the unrestricted fund balances? Actually, there you go, that one.
Okay.
So what is our forecasted it's in the
It's in the
chart
blue.
before that, right?
Yeah.
But, so
Yeah.
we're anticipating, you're proposing use 610 out of that unrestricted to fund these things, and let's assume we did. What are we starting with? Is it 3.1?
So that would leave you with a 3.1.
Oh, that's after,
After the money comes out.
right, the plan? Or I thought that would be before that 610.
I think it is actually before.
Yeah, it's beginning
It is
of the
before.
year.
So 2.5,
Yes.
roughly. It'd leave 2.5 million,
Yes.
which is kind of where
Three-
we've been in the past.
Yes.
And then what is the average of the last 3 years? Unspent budget, whatever you would refer to it, that sort of rolls into that blue part of our test strip, and sort of feeds into it. We usually never take away from it when we get to the end of the year. You're always very good at budgeting, and there might be 10,000 or 20,000, there might be 200,000 or 50,000. It's all over the boards based on the year, right? Which is perfectly understandable. What's the average of the last 3 years that we have sort of had funds left over that have gone into that, which in some cases causes it to go up?
3.9, 4.3, 4.1.
Well, you can't just separate, you can't
No.
just subtract those, because that
No.
isn't necessarily reflective
Yeah.
of all the
Yeah.
activity, so I'm just looking
Because we
at,
only know that 2 million is always there static. We need to make sure.
yes.
Yeah.
It
And
just,
then there's 2
so do you
million
have,
over and
do you
above.
know
Yeah.
what, let's say the last 3 years,
Yeah.
what it's been, where you ended the year, closed the books and said,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we came in under what we budgeted, and that's what ends up going into that fund?
And there's a couple pieces to that because of those carry forwards. So those projects
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that we, for whatever timing reasons, it makes sense to do them in the following
So you might
year.
want to
lot
net
of it
out
is
what
also
you're actually going
fees.
to ask us to roll into the next
construction.
year.
That's
So
right,
that
yeah.
would be segregated
Right.
out, because it isn't truly left over. We're actually moving it into another budget year. right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's, so you don't necessarily wanna look at what's at the end of the year of the CAFR, because there's some things that we've already spoken for, and so, and those things really roll into that red piece. I think it probably can best be seen on this chart by looking at the top of, I mean, to look at where you are, for spending, based on the things that you've decided, you can see the total fund balance is,
It went down $1 million, for instance, from 16 to, or I'm sorry, it's planned from
Yeah.
17 to 18. It's going to drop from 4.1 to 3.1. Are you sort of saying that that's pretty closely reflecting
well,
what
You-
we're using?
that is assuming that revenues come in equal and expenditures come in equal to
Right.
budget.
Just
So
flat
you-
with budget.
Right, so, and typically, we're gonna add about 2%. Or we're going to come in about 2%
2%
under,
under.
1
So
to 2%
what's the
under
2%
expenditures.
in dollar terms? And
I'd have
I
to
don't want exacts, I don't think John's gonna print this question, but maybe, but really, we've addressed this before. We've had this discussion back in the Charlie Crichton years, where we saw how much, in fact, we got a chart, but it's been a long time since we've asked the question, it's probably been another 5 or 6 years since we did that, or if not more, is to what are we ending up? And you sort of asked us, you really answered the question saying it's about 2%. We usually come in at about, 98% of the expenses, and revenues come in maybe at 100% or whatever, I don't know, but
Yeah.
there's a 2% sort of leftover or unspent that rolls into the next year, net of anything that was deliberately put into the next year because it was still going to be spent but didn't get done in that calendar year as planned. So
think
what
you-
is 2%
I-
value?
I think you might be
dollars.
able to say 200,000 to 300,000, but yet you don't really want to count on.
No, not gonna
that
count on it, I
until-
just wanna know, because in my head, we're saying, we're gonna spend 610 out of the 3.1, probably gonna leave us, if nothing else changes, it'll leave us 2.5. But if history repeats itself again, a couple hundred of that could get backfilled, so the net difference in that blue portion could end up being more like 2.7 or 2.8 or something like that. It could, some of the 610 will get sort of back, I'm gonna call it backfilled for lack of a better term, backfilled for that year's good budgeting and good expense control, right?
Because we're also, because it, and 2%'s very close when you
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
about how close that
Right,
is.
absolutely.
It can also go the other direction, which
Mm-hmm.
on expenditures, where we, mid-year, if we're seeing it go the other direction,
Yeah.
we're looking at cuts mid-year to address that. But there may be a time when that's something you can't address, and then you're going the other
Yeah,
direction.
like salt
so.
and other things just go through the roof and
You know,
gas
The
costs.
Or your
second
year.
lift, if it
Asphalt,
does,
yeah.
second lift
2013.
doesn't go well.
So, and that helps because as we look at this, we get that two, if we do plan to get down to 2.5, but it ends up being 2.7 or 8, which is typically kind of what happens. That mythical 2 that we say, well, let's always have that 2 million available. We're gonna
emergency
we're gonna
purposes.
end up at half to 700 maybe, but for sure, probably a $500,000 above that. That is still funds available if we find a one-time cost that we want to say, well, let's take whatever that number is out of that and plan on putting it into something else. You've already laid out 610, which is fine. If we come up with more, at least we have an idea that we've got a little room to add a couple things if we choose to do so without breaching that 2 million.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Heather and then I'll come to you, Bill. Heather.
Councilmember Keeley, that's actually, that question has come up before, and that's one of the reasons why Kelly put this slide together. And what this, and I should probably just let her present it, but essentially, what this will show you is, sort of assuming revenues and expenditures are equal, that would go down. But we know there's going to be some savings,
Yeah.
so we're not worried about 2021 and 2022, because we think that'll get
Yeah.
up to 2 million.
Yeah.
But what this does show you is that we have regularly planned one-time expenditures
Yep.
that are bringing that cushion down
Yep.
over time. And so, that's not something, you don't wanna spend all 3.1 million, because, or even a million of that 3.1, because we have elections every 2 years, for example, just to use that, and that's what
So
we
that's gonna be
intended.
one that's gonna appear every 2 years, right?
The ice center's another one that sort of has occurred regularly, and
Yeah,
so this
and
kind of will
that's-
give you, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, go
No.
ahead.
That's one that comes out of that one-time spending that we've always put there, and that was there for how many years now, Kelly? I think it's
I think
been
it's
10
year
years?
6.
Six?
Goes out 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you look at this chart, that takes the chart we had before and adds on the future years. So, given our projections on where we would be going forward, there's some little skinny lines in there for
Yeah.
red, and that's those elections and
Yeah.
the ice center uses. And the growth of what 35% means to the fund, because expenditures are growing, so 35% that's needed for cash
Bigger,
flow grows. And uses up some of, it needs some of that savings that you were just talking about, just to fund that piece of it.
Bill?
Well, especially when I'm looking at the chart, Dan, when the line is going down. I mean, yeah, we can say great for this year and, again, the line is going down and they've already factored that in. That's what I understood Heather to say. It's not, okay, we got that little extra money this year, but again, that's why they have the projected estimate.
Okay. Dan?
Noticed the
Okay.
number changed. In 2018, it now says 3.8. So was that other chart actually real? Maybe it was net of the 610 proposed use, because it went from 3.1 to 3.8.
I think that when I did these two slides, one is beginning of year and one is end of year, so apologize for that. They're probably on two different bases, but the point is to show where we'd be on this one, where we would be at
Sure.
the end
Yeah.
of those years.
Yep.
So the other one is at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Because you're making the decision for
Yeah.
the coming year.
Coming year, right?
So, I get, it is meant to be a general feel for the direction that we're going, and the good sound budget practices is to plan that, because the budget's gonna come in, you're not gonna get any of those savings. That's, you don't wanna count those savings until they actually happen, and then next year you get to decide on one-time expenditures for that. And each year, this chart then would get updated for how we ended up in the following, or the previous year. But if it just went exactly as planned, you can see that we're down to the million in 5 years out, which
Sure.
I don't think is a concern in this particular chart, because we'll keep making adjustments. So if it were to happen that we came in exactly next year, well, then we probably would rethink how we're using those one-time funds, and that we are gonna have to plan differently, or even you could plan differently for the ice center. Right now, that's counting on using those ice center funds. That can go back to a debt service levy. The elections could go to levying half of it every year. You can make those changes. Right now, we're counting on continuing that operation that way. But if reality comes in more like this, you would make some changes to that.
Sure. And what the forecast doesn't account for is development, additional revenues. There's a lot of variable factors. I mean,
Right.
I've seen that projected chart. If you go back 6-7 years ago, you'll see a very similar chart where that gap gets close. But
Yeah.
yet, as we go through the years, now you look back historically, our forecasts were never for 4, 3, 5, 7 tenths, right? I mean, it's 700,000, which that's a real anomaly year in 2013. And then 4.1, 3.9, 4.3, 4.4. It always seems to maintain a certain size for whatever the reason, but it's always different from what we forecasted it to be. It's always actually better than what we forecasted it to be. And that just sort of tells you how many variables come into play in any given year that affect that. But it's good to know, so we are cautious.
Yeah. It
And-
helps us in our planning, 5-year planning. It's about forecasting.
Yep. You remember those, if you go back
yeah.
and like,
Oh,
when
absolutely.
I mean, I've seen these now since 2007. In that last 5 or 6 years, I've seen that more than once, but it's never actually happened where it got
Yeah.
that close, except for 2013. It did happen, and
Yeah.
there was an accentuating circumstance, if I remember right, that caused that, but it bounced back the very next year. It's not like we said, well, let's tax another 4 million so
No.
we can fund that excess. It just happened, right? Much like the 07, the .07 happened, or the, sorry, .7.
Okay.
The other thing to remember is that as we've been for the last now, I mean, every year budgets are very tight, but the last 7 years, they've been really, really tight. And as staff goes through and really tries to make do without many increases in any of those areas, it does put more pressure on. It's harder and harder to have a savings in any of those areas. But whatever the budget is, they're gonna work towards being under the budget. They're never gonna, get to December and spend up. They're gonna leave themselves something, so.
Okay. Bill?
Just to make a point, Dan, we also created a utility fee to offset other costs that would have come into play, and it would have made a big difference in the levy. So it's not that we didn't find another revenue source that our citizens are contributing to. It's just not reflected in that.
Yes, this is holding everything static,
Yeah.
which obviously it never happens that way.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody good? We'll move on.
Now to talk about some of those specific funds, and we've touched on some of these already, but the
Yeah.
forestry fund, we are planning to factor in an increase of 50,000 as planned, but not have the 50,000 increase, correct, Mr. Albert? For the future years in those 5-year plans. Now, if something were to happen, you can put those back in
Yeah.
in those future, next year as you make an adjustment, but right now, we're just not predicting it.
Yeah, Dan?
Well, I have to ask the question, because I brought this up in in our previous budget meeting in June. How do we justify the 50 grand increase this year if we're not justifying future years unless something major changes?
Okay. Steve?
Council, Madam Mayor, so the EAB fund
Yeah.
has about 4 years of experience now of treating for EAB. So we've got two things going on. We identified 4,000 of the 18,000 public trees that were in areas that they would either need to be treated or removed because they're in boulevards or in park areas. The rest of those trees of the 18,000 are in areas where they get EAB, they die, they're not gonna hurt anyone by falling, they're in woodland areas. So, the plan originally made that step. The plan also originally had talked about what do we do with the private trees? There's more than 22,000 private ash
Yeah.
trees in the city. We've refined the plan over time to, number one, not replace all the public trees. We're gonna replace about 50% of the trees. So we've kind of moved that lever down every year to pick a sweet spot. We've also decided that we won't be contributing at this time to the private trees. So really, the only emergency issue for the city in the future is going to be when it hits private property, what level of assistance does the city provide beyond just guidance and as a resource? Because we will have situations where we'll have someone on a fixed income with 3 ash trees that cost $5,000-$6,000 to remove in their yard and they can't afford it and they let them either fall or cause problems. So that probably is
Or
the
it
only
spreads to
caveat. How
others.
does the city deal with that? There are ways to handle that in the future. We don't necessarily have to have a fund balance to do that. We could do a public improvement project where we could remove them and assess them over time to the property. So
Yeah.
we've devised some strategies to mitigate that risk. So taking that risk off, we don't need to build a war chest to fight the EAB. We need to build what we need to maintain our system. And we're at a point now, based on the prices that we've been receiving for treating and removal of trees, we feel comfortable that we don't need to do increases in the future and we can deliver the plan that the council currently has without future increases. That also was based on us not having to hire additional employees, which were part of the original plan. What we did for next year, rather than have an additional employee come on in the future, is we took I'll say a 2/3 employee who was here 2/3 of the time, one of our environmental technicians, and she added additional hours to fill that EAB need and is now working with that EAB team to supplement them when they need it. And so that allows us to keep a good employee, but get rid of that long-term additional employee need in staff. And then what we can do is we can add, as we've talked about with Jenny's group, we can add consultants if necessary. There are plenty of tree consultants that could help us through peak. And so that's our new strategy. And with that strategy, we can maintain a good minimum fund balance and deliver our program with no future increases with just one more $50,000 step. The plan that you approved for 2017 actually showed $50,000 increases on into 2021 annually. So that's what we've revised, and those are the big changes. So you went from a plan 10 years ago that looked at replacing all these
Yeah.
trees and helping
Yeah.
assistance for the private trees
Yeah.
to a plan that takes care of the public need at minimum cost and has a strategy of how to deal with the private need, but without having to put money away to fight that, so.
What's our current balance in the EAB fund?
The,
By the way,
I
that's
don't
an
think-
outstanding strategy, and it's quite a departure from the initial one, so I'm delighted that we're, I think that's
We got last
a
year's
very
fund.
good plan.
I
so,
don't think we ever looked at having to replace all the private trees.
No, well,
No,
no.
we
No,
need-
but we
no, we
looked at
never-
having a
plan,
balance that
yeah.
could help us provide assistance to the private properties. We didn't look at our other mechanisms. 429 is a method you can use
Yeah.
for tree removal, and so we could have people petition us to remove
Yeah.
their trees, and then we could basically
That's right.
finance the removal for them,
Yeah,
but they
for
would still
429.
make the taxpayers whole in the end, so
Yeah.
that's a possible way.
And
to
it was a
do
429. The other thing that we did do, if you all remember, and I think, Bill, you opted into this, is that on the treatment part of it, and because we can hire a consultant or the material that residents could buy and do that. And Bill, I think you.
I still
you
found a
bought-
cheaper way.
Huh?
I still went cheaper by one of the local consultants. I didn't use the insert, I used the pour round,
Or
which
you
I'm
use
still
the pour
using.
round Instead of injecting the tree.
Right, and I
Okay.
hope it works. I'm not sure it will, but
Okay.
at the time I was told it would work.
Yeah, okay. Kelly?
so in answer to your question, at the end, the fund balance at the end of 2016 was 421,000. That was about 20,000 ahead of the plan. This plan that we did had projected out fund balances. There's also some equipment spending that was budgeted for 2017 and planned for 2018. So that eats into your fund
Yeah.
balance as well. But, so this plan from last year is projecting out to be about, well, it says 392,000 at the end of 5 years. That would be factoring in that we'd increase 50,000 each year. So backing that 50,000 up, it's
And-
surprising how much
yeah.
50,000 does add. That would reduce your fund balance somewhere around 150,000 in
Yeah.
your out year. So,
Because our
Not
funds are
having
being
a-
used for things, we're saying, okay, we're gonna treat X amount of trees this year or whatever. So if our fund balance dips, we treat less trees that year, or we remove less trees that year. We can react project-wise based on
Yeah.
our fund balance if we have an up year. So it's a little different, but it's almost in a way like our Parks Capital Fund in that we just don't replace X, Y, Z if our fund balance has dipped to a point where we don't have sufficient reserves.
What's the, minus this 50 increase, what are we currently putting into it each year? What's the base levy that's going into EAB minus this 50 proposed?
There you go.
so for 2017, it's 250,000 a year, and then for 2018 and forward, it would be 300,000.
And just so I know, because I want to know how this all fits in, all these other pieces that we have, these moving parts. If we didn't, or we reduced that over a 3-year, do we put ourselves in danger to say, let's put in 15 a year over the next 3 years versus 50 then nothing? In other words, soften the blow in this year, but continue to give it some increase so it can maintain its balance and/or funding needs to continue to treat every year.
Well, the projection there keeps us at 300,000.
Well, no, that's the actual levy that we're throwing in there.
Could you
could.
reduce it,
In-
25,000 this year and
And-
25,
that,
and
whatever it
increase
might be.
25,000 next year instead?
And still
Yes.
maintain a balance to still fund the
Uh,
plan, and that's what I'm saying.
You would be, it doesn't exactly equal out to that because you have a cumulative effect of that, but we could, yes, certainly do a stepped version. We have enough fund balance to do a stepped version of that.
It's sort of like a pay-go, but how close to zero are we with pay-go? In other
Getting
words,
close.
we're throwing 300 in, are we spending 300 a year? Are we spending, 350 a year? So we're kind of chewing into that balance.
Yeah.
It's really.
So for 2017, our use of funds is 370,000 is what we're gonna spend in 2017. So,
Yeah.
And we're, currently, we put 250 in, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
and,
what we're-
and the big change is you'll look from 2017 to 2018, our old plan, our personnel costs went from 22 to 76. It's not gonna go that full 76, because that was
That was at
predicated on us
full-time.
adding basically an FTE over time, and we're not doing that. We're just adding an increment of hours to an already utilized employee.
Gotcha. And our fund balance is about 400, did you say?
In the last
Yeah,
year's plan?
last
Yeah,
year.
EAB,
So
the
this
remaining
current,
balance.
and I haven't looked at the final fund balance of the updated one of these, but you're probably looking at something more between the 100 and 200 level at any certain point in
At
any
any
year.
given time in the, okay.
Yes.
So we've got
backing it
maybe the
down-
ability to come down off that 50 to something smaller, but we still need to get the 50 in at some point. The increase in 50 might be over 1 year, if we choose to do it all
So-
this year, or over 2 years or
To
3 years.
sustain the
No, no.
plan,
It's still
yes.
gotta
yes.
have that 50 added before we can sort of shut off the increases and live on what we have. Okay.
correct.
And what you're saying is that we could look at it 25 this year and 25
That-
next
I'm
year.
just- that's
one
just a
It's a
thought.
minor
incremental.
incremental,
Yeah.
as long as we
Yeah.
get to that within a couple years. I
Yeah,
don't think.
I'm looking at the bigger
The big-
picture
yeah.
and these other things that we want to do that we deem important, and this is important, but is it as urgent and immediate to put the whole 50 in now? That's
Yeah.
kind of why I asked those questions, is,
Yeah.
or could we do it over
Over
a 2 or
2
3 year
years.
period so we can accommodate other
Yeah.
priorities that are maybe,
Yeah.
weighing heavier on some of
Yeah.
us?
Okay,
You could do that,
okay,
And we can, as long as we can cash flow it. I mean, it all comes
Yeah.
down to just cash flowing, right?
yeah.
yes.
Well, and again,
it
as I
would
said,
cash flow.
these aren't obligations, these are, we develop our program based on our available cash. So if we have $25,000 less, we just would adjust our program to do probably
Less
not less
trees.
treatment, because we want to keep those trees bug-free, but maybe
Yeah.
less removals and a little less of our replacements. What I will tell you is we do have a new strategy, similar to our street strategy, in that if we realize savings, which we have with economies of scale, of us buying several hundred trees at a time, like this year, our treatment and trees came in very cheap. We put we invested in replacing more trees. So what we're saying is our goal is 50%, but if we get good prices like we
Yeah.
do with pavement in a given year, we'll invest that savings in additional trees to try to
Yeah.
get ahead of the curve on the trees,
Sure.
because it is a small amount of our overall 40,000 trees that we're trying to replace.
Well, just a closing comment. Outstanding management of it. I'm really impressed with.
Yeah.
I think the approach that you just laid out earlier was one that was based in fact, in reality. At the front end of this, it was kind of a big scary thing, and it was thousands of trees, and we had to sort of prepare for something that we had no idea when it was going to come to us. So it was a struggle to continue to throw a lot of money at a problem that really didn't surface yet. But now we know what the problem is, and we know how to deal with it, and we can stage it with a proper reaction and a proper cost basis, which is way below what the original plan was. So
Yeah.
thank you.
But the thing is that we really worked on prevention, so
Yeah.
that our city will continue to have healthy trees, rather than seeing all of those trees become so infected like we've seen in other cities.
Sure.
So the big thing about the program, and I'm pleased also and commend staff for it, is the proactivity that we put into this plan. And it has resulted in this because we've seen it all around us. And I'm sure it's here, but we haven't had anybody come and say,
is all around us,
ooh, we got infestation.
And I think the reason we're at a point where you can make decisions like that is you made decisions 8-9 years ago
Yeah.
to invest in it, whereas
Yeah.
the cities around us have not invested in it at all on a city
Yeah.
basis for the most part. They're just starting to invest in it, and so the hill is much steeper when you're just starting. But
Yeah.
you've been chipping away at it slowly, and it's allowed us to
Yeah.
get experience with costs. Our program is now emulated in many cities where they have the residents. They go out and get prices for their residents, and so.
Sure.
That's a credit to the council
Yeah.
being forward-thinking, and it's going to save you money in the long run, because now you're not in dire straits if this hits. We have a strategy. So.
Yeah, and these are all of the things, that's one of our strengths, is that we've always been proactive. For instance, we're a city that is aging, just as the city is, as well as its residents. And one of the things that we've done, and being proactive, is to try and get above the property maintenance, so that all of our properties continue to have a high value, and that those neighborhoods continue to thrive, and our residents can see a good investment continue to be enhanced and improved. So those are some of the things that I think is our strength, and we should always continue to focus on that. Okay?
I think one other thing that we've discussed as staff too is that this does also prepare the city for the next tree disease as well, you know, so it's
Yeah.
not
What, there's
something
another
that we're
bug after this one?
Oh, yes. Oh,
As a wooded community, I think we agree
I should-
our trees are part of what makes Burnsville special, and I think
Yeah.
this is a long-term commitment. It's EAB, whatever, that, and I think being proactive, we can manage it within the limits of this commitment and not have to do annual increases
yeah.
beyond that. So that's the plan.
And this is the thing, I mean, I remember when we were looking at pictures for the 50th anniversary, this is a farming community, and in North River Hills, there were no trees. Now you look at this whole community that was farms with no trees, have beautiful trees, and and very mature trees.
We're an oxygen producer now.
Yeah, yeah. So these are some of the things that now it's an asset
Yes.
for us.
And the hills are an asset.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of vegetation, didn't it really start back when we started cleaning up the water systems, the lakes? With that
Oh, my
massive
gosh,
investment in
that's
keeping
another
the weeds down
proactivity
and
that
clearing the
has,
water and-
yeah. That has been something that we've done that has paid big benefits to our water bodies around. So, it's just being proactive, making tough decisions. Cost us money, but look at the state of the city now.
We're the specialists in
Yeah.
weeds and bugs.
Pardon me?
We're the-
Okay, and we even did that with our roads and putting in place an infrastructure trust fund in 1997.
Yep, this is that on a bigger scale. So the plan that we're moving forward with is continuing to stay the course on $50,000 increase annually to the infrastructure trust fund over each year. No new debt being proposed for the ITF fund, and the fund balance remains within the goals that we had in prior years. Just a reminder, there was some discussion last time about how much is enough and where are we fund balance wise, similar to the discussion we were just having about the EAB fund. And you can really get that information from these 5-year plans. It does project, and I didn't put it up there so that you could read those itty bitty numbers. I really just put it
I was
as
gonna
a,
say, it's really
as a
itty-bitty.
reference. It's a pictorial of the finance plan and where you can get that information in the year-end ending balance. This plan factors in where the engineering department, Mr. Albrecht, is projecting the needs for the CIP that are funded through this. And it is meeting the needs, and I think we have one more slide, or 2 more slides. With a $50,000 increase, these are the levies that would be in place for the infrastructure trust fund. So 50,000 is a small percentage increase for this particular fund when you're talking about funding streets that are
Yep.
big projects
Yeah.
and the inflationary pressures that are within those big projects as well. And this is Mr. Albrecht's slide. Do you want to speak
Sure.
to this one?
I think the question was, we talked about what is the value of these $50,000 increases. And so one of the things that we're moving towards as a city, which the council started about 4 years ago, is your maintenance overlay program. If you remember, you addressed that. And what this depicts is the green bar shows the level of funding we need to be at in our maintenance overlay program to meet the pavement goals that you have. Blue shows where we will be if we continue the $50,000 increases, which is where that money's going to that program. And you can see that while we don't get quite to our goal, we're very close to our goal. And why that's important is it allows you to do what you did several years ago. If we get to a point where you need to use some one-time cash, you're within a couple $100,000. If you have 10 miles of streets that we have to deal with, you're within a fund balance year of being able to decide, you know what, we're going to invest a little bit extra this year, get ourselves back in. If we don't, you can see we fall way behind our goals, and it's not a matter of just being able to do something one time to tweak and get ourselves closer and be conservative and not be above it. It's our streets are continuing to degrade well below what we want to. And so we wanted to show you graphically what the 50,000 delivers. And then the other point I'd like to make is we're going to talk about Southwest Burnsville in a little bit. And whatever we decide, we will have to spend more money in Southwest Burnsville, and that is not part of any long-term fund right now because of the way the policies were set in the past. And so this type of money would go a long way in an area like that also. And so there may be other options, but we thought this was a good way to depict where we don't want to necessarily, kind of like we do with some of our other strategies. We're not quite right at our goal. We're just below it, which is a good conservative place to be, because if we get good prices, we can get more paving done in a given year. But we're not over collecting from our residents to reach goals. We're staying just below it. So that's
and
what
I think
wanted
the
to show you.
Southwest Burnsville, and I read everything from the background. So even though you had a good turnout of residents for the meeting, they have to at least invest and not let the whole other group of of residents and businesses of the city do that.
And we'll talk about that in a few minutes when we get to that. I just want to make you aware that there probably will be some investment by the city. And part of the issue is if we do nothing, we're still going to have to invest in our operating fund to increase the amount of work we do in that area then, if that's the direction we want to go. So we'll talk about that with the capital discussion.
Yeah, when we get there. Yes, DK.
I was curious, did you have prior to 2021 on a chart, the same chart, like a 18, 19, 20 included, or?
I think that's, I don't think we didn't have that on this graph. We can pull that information together for you.
Are we better
So,
off? Because
the
in
reason we
2021 is about the best year I
the
see.
reason we used 2021 is we just advanced some work, and so we weren't doing any work in 2019 and 2020 because we did a bunch of work. So it didn't,
Overlay
so
work,
it overlay work. So it showed 2 years of nothing, of no overlay spending. So because we do the overlay program on a every 2-year basis, and so because we're doing the 2018 budget, then you skip. The graph looked weird with that gap of no spending for that period
Yeah,
of time. So-
overlay, and the ITF, it's all the.
Well, it's
major-
everything, right? It's
Everything in there, but
reconstruction,
This is the
it's-
money dedicated to the overlay
Yeah,
program.
but that's
this is
just a piece of it,
this is
right.
just the
And I
overlay.
think when we
Okay.
do our pavement, when we look at our long-term ITF plan with you later this fall, we can break that out for you and show you, here's why that gap or that piece was missing. Because
Yeah.
we'll be able to show you how much we're dedicating to
Gotcha.
each program.
And then in the overall ITF, I
Yeah,
mean, that's
that's
that one
reconstruction,
section, sort of like
rehab.
that dedicated. What's the overall picture look like?
So-
Did you get to that already?
So
or
in
did you-
this, this shows that the plan as we had it last year, which really hasn't changed.
Yeah.
We're not expecting it to change as we go into this year. It's about a $2 million fund balance every year. That's
Yeah.
left after all of that,
That-
which is less than.
See those numbers at the bottom?
Yeah,
And those
and
Can
this
you
is.
zoom in?
This change.
Yeah.
That's
look
it.
at- don't
They're
focus
not
on-
really
Yeah.
meant to be. They're not really meant to be something that to talk to show you specific numbers tonight, because we get to that in November
Yeah.
when you're talking about the infrastructure
The
trust fund
capital.
and the CIP. But just the guidance is that given the plan that we have and the things that are in the CIP, our target is about 2 million every
Yeah.
year, and we're living within that. And
Yeah.
with this continuing the 50,000 keeps it at 2 million. Now, with the big projects that are running through there, if you have a year with a lot of cost change, you're gonna wanna have a little bit of fund balance, or something that goes wrong, an unanticipated
Yeah.
project, failure of roads in some area, or the Southwest Burnsville, as we're talking about, or however,
Yeah.
you gotta have a little cushion.
And
And I
what everybody ought to remember is that this fund has gotten us to pay go. And that's the value of what we're doing here, and not to forget that.
And I would make 2 points on the fund balance. One is, we're pushing $5 to $6 million worth of funding from this fund each year into investing.
Yeah.
And we've gotten very good prices. But if prices were to go the other way, 10% of that
Yeah.
is $600,000 in a heartbeat on a project.
Yeah.
So that fund balance could drop significantly, and as Kelly mentioned, it is
Yeah.
for cash flow also. And so
Yes.
that's why
Yeah.
we need to have that 2 million cushion.
That was
Yeah.
my question, follow-up question is I know that we get paid twice a year, right, through the property tax. So how does this fund make it? What does it need to carry as a balance to get through that construction period of time with those two payments coming in from the county?
That's why we have the
It's
fund.
the same kind of issue that we have in the general fund, is the 35%.
Yeah.
The other piece of the infrastructure trust fund is that these are projects that are not neatly within January through
Yeah.
December, so,
It's all
so we've
condensed
got
into the
some,
summer contract.
Carry
some
over. Sure.
rolling cash flow there that isn't
Yeah.
factored in.
Isn't spent in, right? We get paid May and when? When do we get?
May and
what-
December,
Yeah, we actually get it mostly in
June?
June
June,
and
and then
December, and some
December.
into January.
And then we also get our installment payments from the state for the state aid funding
yeah.
that we receive. That gets put into
MSA.
this fund also. So.
Cool.
okay.
Okay, so, and I think can quickly probably hit, we talked about the Parks Capital already, continuing the $50,000 increase, but not proposing anything additional there. Got myself out of order here. And then, the capital replacement funds, equipment and vehicle, I have facilities on there and IT, really the facilities is the leftover. Remember, we had
Yeah.
equipment, vehicle, and facilities was for facilities maintenance piece of it was a combined fund. We split that fund out. And the facilities is now being funded by the franchise fee, and we don't have any of the increase being factored in for facilities. So it's really just equipment and vehicle and IT that, an amount for an inflationary increase. And this is, how much we actually levy in those three funds for the maintenance piece. So we're just talking about replacing the normal wear and tear, bigger pieces of the facilities piece there. Again, there's a lot of words on this slide, so they're tiny, I apologize for that, but, in your background, this is our attempt to define what what facilities are funded by the facilities fund. And in the facilities fund, there's multiple factors. Let's go ahead one slide and then come back to that one. In the facilities fund, we have the annual general fund transfer of $402,000. So that's gonna change to a direct levy, but that's what we've been using to fund just your general maintenance items in every building that you have, those routine kind of maintenance things. The property tax levy of $420 was, remember when we first started up the facilities fund in phase one, we phased that in over 2 years, and we started with a capital levy of $420, and then the next year, implemented the franchise fee to avoid raising a second $420 and another third piece in the following year. So the franchise fees are taking that portion of it. So we have, in the facilities fund, we have routine maintenance kinds of things, the replacement of things that fail along the way. And then there's the phase one, phase two, big replacement of facilities in this fund. So we're funding all of those sorts of things. So we've broken down the language into two segments. The specific facilities would be the City Hall and Police Facility, fire stations. I've included the fire training facility, but only the Burnsville portion of that.
Yeah.
The fire training facility is a facility that is shared with other entities, and we've always shared that on an equal basis with them. This would say, out of this, we could fund the Burnsville's portion of that. The maintenance facility, excluding the utility fund portion. So we have always funded there's a percentage split of that building down there because some of it's general fund activity and some of it is utility stormwater, water and sewer stormwater portion. We would still continue the same methodology of splitting the costs of that building, but that general fund piece could be funded by the facilities fund rather than a property tax levy. And then the Civic Center maintenance building, which includes the garage, that is actually similar. There's, I think, a portion of utility that we apply in there too because we've stored some vehicles over there. And then let's see, did I skip one?
No.
No. Parks, buildings. I said excluding open air park shelters and athletic seasonal structures. So I am referring to dugouts and those kinds of things that would be funded normally through Parks Capital, but perhaps leaving it open, and this is an option, but perhaps leaving it open to fund your larger buildings like your Neal building or more your enclosed ones, North River Hills, those kinds of things. It doesn't mean that those things would have to be funded by the facilities fund, but it would allow an option to do that
Because
as a
we do have a
major
Parks
facility.
Capital Fund.
Yes.
And so I would like to make sure that's the reason why I've always said that we need to have this clarified, how the franchise fees, what's it going to be paying for? And I know that we have all of the utility fees, water, stormwater, et cetera, and that usually
So
pays for all of those things. And I know that we split out the maintenance center from the tax base and then the utility funds. But we should make a decision about the park buildings also. What are we going to fund through the facilities and what isn't? Because we do have a Parks Capital Fund, Bill.
I would be against adding the utility fee to cover park buildings as presented. And I actually wouldn't be for the Civic Center or the maintenance facility. I would be for fire training, fire stations, and City Hall and police facility, because that, at least when I voted for it, that was what my intent was at the time.
say more about why not Civic Center Maintenance Building that includes the garage?
Because I don't see that as, I see the utility fee spreading out to the citizens more for police and fire and directly related needs, and not for those other needs. I don't, again, it was that part of the thinking, as I recall, or my thinking anyway, is a lot of the multifamily, some of the nonprofits that weren't contributing anything, but using police, fire, et cetera, for public safety related, that would be a more fair way to have them pay what we believe was their fair share for police and fire. And that was my thinking.
Okay, Heather?
Put simply, what this does is it aligns where our property tax dollars go, general fund activities with where they take place. And so one example would be the maintenance facility. We have snow plowing activities out of that. And we have some other activities that, benefit the broader community at large through some of those other places. And so that's what the thinking was
Yeah,
associated
no,
with this.
he's talking about the Civic Center Maintenance Building that
The
includes the
donut
garage.
building.
Right, and some of those things, like we've got some police cars in there, and we've
Yeah,
got
well,
some other
we do have
storage
some
stuff.
I
equipment to
was
house
also
there.
talking about the maintenance facility. I'm
Yeah,
not,
I thought he mentioned both.
but again, it's all about truth and taxation. And if, I believe that it's great that we have certain levy issues that we deal with instead of just assessing utility fees. And that, council then has to look at, looking at levying for maintenance facilities, civic center and park building instead of just
Okay.
increasing the utility fee. And again, that was my thinking at the time when I was for the utility fee dealing with fire, for law enforcement, fire,
Okay,
and city hall.
okay. That's perhaps a discussion we need to have further. Okay, Dan?
Yeah, well, I just want to comment on that. I mean, it was really hard. And your description and perception of what we were thinking about with the facilities was consistent with mine, but I know we didn't have that full list in
Yeah.
front of us. And it's kind of hard now to say, these are all facilities. So they really all fall under the definition of facilities. But now we have to say, okay, of all these facilities, what are we going to exclude from this fund? Parks is an easy one because it already has a park fund dedicated to support it. Doesn't always support it at the level it needs it, but that's what it's there for. The other ones are all just general levy. And so now we've got to decide, well, they're all facilities, but we're not going to count this or that for whatever the reason. The only one that I can see that's easy is park buildings. But the maintenance center facility, the civic center, those are all city-owned facilities, so I don't know how we could say,
Yeah.
well, they just don't qualify even though they are facilities.
Yeah.
It's tough,
Facilities.
but I didn't know, I couldn't even have made that comment until seeing this list, because I really didn't, I thought maybe, there might be more. I didn't know what would be determined as a
I
facility.
knew because from the past that the maintenance building, when we built it, there are general fund money that went into it, but
And
also there was also a proportion of the utilities.
Right.
Because that's where it's housed. So that's what I'm seeing here.
I don't disagree
So-
with you, Councilmember Coughlin, at all.
Yeah,
I
but
totally
I
get where
think
you come
that's the
from.
reason why I wanted
I
to
wanted to
make
have this.
sure that we are clear when we put that ordinance in place.
Yep.
And staff said they need it. So now that you see all of the facilities,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's a discussion we need to have after we adopt the budget. Dan?
I wasn't here, of course, for this discussion when you guys did this, but by having all these other buildings on it, does it take away for the planned needs of the police and the fire departments as what you planned for to begin with this fee?
Well, I'm going to go to Bill and then I can.
My fear is it's a lot easier to jack up the utility
Yeah.
fee in a private meeting
Yeah.
and not let the public know when they pay attention to the levy. And I believe if we have to deal with maintenance, facilities, civic center on a levy issue, then we really have to arm wrestle.
Yeah.
The public pays attention to that, instead of us just then having a meeting and say, well, I think we'll add another $40 to the commercial utility fee and we'll raise the home, all the owners. That's an easier way. So I like the idea that we have to struggle with things that are not law enforcement in a public forum and deal with it in a general levy. Because again, we're still taxing people. It's just,
Taxing
I
everybody.
feel it's
Everybody.
more.
This is a
but I
user
fe-
fee.
Well, yes, but so is it essentially, in some ways, so is a general levy. You know,
Almost.
right. But again, I
excludes-
believe
it
it's
excludes a lot of
a
people.
more in
A
the
lot of
public
businesses.
domain, where we have to wrestle with it, we have to face the public and deal with it, as against just saying, okay, we're gonna raise your utility fee X amount of dollars, they're not paying much attention to it. And that's an easier way I agree, it's easier, but easier is not necessarily better.
Agreed. Can I?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
Oh, sorry.
Dan Gustafson, then come back to you, Dan Kay.
Does the current fee cover the needs of all these buildings now, or?
That's
No.
the
We
missing
have to-
piece of
That's the
this.
missing
So
piece
we're gonna
here
have to
because,
raise it to do-
yeah,
raise the
because
fee to
the
do it.
first
Okay.
discussion we
I
had.
was missing that part, all right?
Yeah, Dan, the first discussion we had when we went to the franchise fees was like $5. Then staff came back and said, Heather said, oh, it's $1. And we, wow, okay, but I don't know if that's going to
For
help us
individual,
cover.
for individuals, not for businesses.
Commercial,
No,
right,
not-
commercial
yeah.
more.
Businesses,
For-
I think,
for-
were
for the
$40 or
residential, yes.
something.
Okay, so we'd have to raise the utility fee.
Yeah, I
to
think
do
we
this.
really have to struggle and make sure that we have the appropriate
To me, this fee's a
cost
tax
for all of
anyways.
that.
It is a
It's
tax.
100% user
It's
fee.
a, yeah,
It's a 100% user fee.
it's a
It's still a
user,
This one
tax.
is.
Yeah, but it's
Well,
not
Absolutely.
tax.
yeah.
But it's
Whatever,
based on
whatever
user
name
fee.
you want to give it, I know
It
people have done it in the
is.
past, but it's
What
all
the
tax.
whole difference about all of this is because now everybody, even the nonprofits
Yeah.
are, and the churches are all covered
Oh,
in
no, I
this.
get that, I get
Yeah, that, and so everybody is contributing to this. Heather?
If I can just go back to a question that was just asked. When, in 2014, when we came forward with a facilities plan, there was no funding for that at all.
I knew that.
No,
And it
we
was
know that.
primarily, and it was primarily police, it's more for the public, sort of for the historical piece of it. And so, when we talked about the franchise fee, we talked about the franchise fee as something that could fund that plan.
Yes.
And so that's when we made the adjustment, we went from the four, from 4 to 2, and we talked about, why don't we get some experience with it first? I think the council was ready to go, go higher.
Higher.
And I think it was just a question of, we kind of said, can we just get some experience with it, talk through it, figure out what that generates to fund this plan, and then we can have that conversation with you
But
all
we
about what
also
the
knew,
right
at
number
least
is.
I did, when we said, how do we fund facilities replacement and improvement? This building has been here for a long time. All of our buildings, and they have not been improved and they all need it. This building, police, fire, and we do have some park structures. We went through the angst of replacing the building over at Fisher
Lavon.
Field, at Lac Lavon. And so that angst, and we had to fund all of that stuff, but it needed replacement. There's so much.
And Madam Mayor, you make a fabulous point, because that, the other piece of it is our equipment fund and our facilities fund were way underfunded even for maintenance.
That's
And
right,
so
because-
that's kind of the piece that
Yeah.
we were still
Yeah.
working
For
through.
historical purposes, people need to understand that when the recession hit, we backed out of everything and we did not fund, parks, we did not fund the vehicles and equipment. Now we're trying to backfill everything, and that's the problem. That's why we are struggling with a lot of this, is that when you back away, now we're not meeting the service needs, nor we are meeting the equipment needs, and everything starts to fall apart. And I hate that, because if we keep things up, even in our own homes, if we make sure that the roof is replaced, if we make sure that the equipment in our homes are replaced, things continue to move forward. Yeah, maybe we don't do it when we didn't have money, but boy, we need to be proactive and do these things, or it's gonna get worse. Yes,
Again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, it's just that we've had some council members already put a hard percentage on a general levy, and then again, we still, which is okay, it's just that if we're going to look at adding
Yeah.
more stuff to the franchise fee, again, it's still a tax, it may be a a little broader tax or something,
Yeah,
but it's still a tax.
let's wait to have that discussion, because that'll be a next year's discussion, because we really have to make sure that we struggle through all of that challenge. But
So-
what we have here, DK,
Is it my turn?
yes,
I want to have that discussion, because I think that, like, this is the first time we've seen that list.
That list.
But we don't have any financial obligations attached to it over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, what are each one of those going to
except for fire
require?
Now
station.
we have fire
except for
station,
fire
that's why we
station
moved
one.
it to the 5th year.
Not all of them. We don't have the Ames
Only
Center, we
fire-
don't have the maintenance center, we don't have all these other ones, so.
But we're gonna have
5-year
stuff at the Ames
Right,
Center.
5-year
That's
capital
coming.
costs.
Yeah.
5-year capital costs of all of those on that
Yeah.
list, so we know what, the answer to your question, or maybe it was Dan's
Yeah.
question, like, is this franchise fee enough to cover all that? Absolutely not.
No,
So there's a priority list.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to develop,
Yeah.
and a financial plan that we have to develop to look at what that franchise fee
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah.
And whatever we do with it. So we go eyes wide open into
Yeah.
what is it gonna be able to cover? Because all we did was dip our toe in, really,
Yeah.
with this first deal.
okay. All right, we're moving on.
Well, actually, in response to some of those things,
Yeah. The budget book and the
The-
CAFR
here I am
shows
again with these little numbers, but we actually do have a 5-year
plan.
and it's
Yeah.
like any of the other CIPs that we talk about,
Yeah.
behind the scenes, there's
Yeah.
more like a 15 to 30
Yeah.
year. So in your budget book, you've
Yeah.
got a CIP that does list all of the financial
Yeah.
in each building
Yeah.
and things that are going in. And these buildings are actually already in that facilities plan
Yeah.
because they were, remember, we split off the facilities maintenance from the equipment vehicle and facilities maintenance, which every facility that had a general fund piece of it, with the exception of the parks ones, and I just threw that in there to give you flexibility, but the rest of those buildings are all buildings that we have been funding out of the facilities maintenance fund, which has these three, it's really two, funding sources. Half of it is franchise fees at
Yeah,
800, and half of it is transfer plus levy, which is all levy, 800,000. So we are prioritizing between there and already funding all of those facilities with
Yeah.
multi-year plans of what, so you get to see that in the CIP of what's being chosen.
and I
where
just
the
want
plan
to
is.
remind everyone that, and Heather said this earlier, what we want to do is to get out of the property tax on this. And when we raise the franchise fee so that we can cover all of that.
I'll retract my statement to clarify what I meant. We have not seen that list.
That, yes.
With all of the 5-year plan
Yeah.
numbers next to it, with,
Yeah.
right, with the franchise fee current and what it would
What it-
require if we were to choose to fund all those things, which we're probably not gonna. And so, yeah, there's a
Well,
piece
in the
over
f-
here, and there's a piece over here, and there's a slide in front of us, but
Yeah.
they're not all brought together where we can
Yeah.
make a decision. That was my point.
Yeah.
I want to have that discussion with all those numbers pulled together where we can see it like we would if in our own business. Lay them all out, lay out your revenue,
Yeah.
your costs over the next 5 years, your capital expenses, and your revenue, and see, okay, well, I can do 25% of it, so what are we willing to increase it if it's only going to be so much? Well, there you go. Now we've only got
Yeah.
20% more, and there's a lot of things on that facilities list that won't get funded through this vehicle.
That's gonna
That's
happen in
kind
the
of
next
what
few
I'm saying.
months.
And
Yeah.
I,
That's what I was talking
I'm
about
going
when I
to
said
say
Now
that,
this
We
is
haven't seen all
informational,
those
so we can
numbers.
kind of figure out where I'm
Right,
at.
we've seen the projection, which was another piece we got
Yeah.
some time ago, then we got the slide today, for the first time, here's what we believe all the facilities are, right?
Yeah.
So now we need to put it all together in something we can work with to make a final decision.
and we can have that discussion in January or February around all of that and looking at that and say, because we do have a 5-year capital plan for facilities that's in the budget. And now what we need to do is to make those hard decisions, because remember, it's just like our streets. Steve, you do about 3 or 4 miles a year?
More than that, 5
Five,
to 6 miles.
5, 6 miles a year. So just remember, this is a big city, and we're going to have to look at that, and how are we going to be looking at all of the replacements and repair of the facilities, just like we do with streets. We have a good model in place, and we can take a look at all of that. Okay?
Okay. So.
We
so-
have your list.
Yeah, so the next part is, that you could have in there, the enterprise fund major renovations that would otherwise require a property tax levy
Bless you.
funding. So when we're talking about some of these things, we're talking about very long-term things. Once, and again, you get to prioritize, once phase one, phase two, phase three of the facilities fund is done, that instead of raising property taxes, you could use towards these items. So, as an example, on the ice center, you had a property tax levy, a debt levy, to fund the ice improvements, the ice plant improvements that you did several years ago. If there was funding available in this fund, and not necessarily talking about raising what we already have, but using what's already being collected, that you could use that for those kinds of things. Ames Center, let's say we're 20 years down the road and the roof needs to be replaced. That this could factor into this once those other
Yeah.
plans are done. If you exclude them, then you're
Yeah.
saying it's only gonna be done through property tax
Yeah.
levy.
No.
If you,
Yeah.
if you include them, you
Yeah.
have either option
Yeah.
as a council to make and put in these 5-year, or
Yeah.
these multi-year CIPs.
Yeah.
It's all through the same budget
Yeah.
process. And as we look at this 5-year plan, we have a section on deferred maintenance and replacement items.
Yeah.
And the reason we did peel off the regular maintenance things from the equipment vehicle
Yeah.
facilities maintenance fund and include them with this phase one, phase two, and improvements, is that so many of them were intermingled, is where do you draw the line? What is part of a long-term or more, they're all long-term type improvements, but, where do you draw the line, I guess, is because you've got.
$100.
But
Depends on the
the
dollars.
thing is, we have a plan in place to look at all of these facilities. Now we have to have the discussion about how they
Funding
all get
sources.
funded.
Yep.
And which falls into the enterprise fund, and which has both property tax and enterprise. And so these are the discussions in the future that we have to have, and perhaps the right time to do that is January or February.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
past, they've all been through the levy now.
Yeah.
There's a
That's
new
ano-
kid on the block that's
Yeah,
helping
a
fund
new
it.
stream.
But it's not gonna fund 100% of all of it all at
Yeah.
once. I don't,
And
the franchise fee fund. Because there's
Yeah.
still gonna be a lot covered by the levy,
Yeah.
because the franchise fee fund doesn't have the wherewithal.
It's only covering a small portion of
Right.
our
Yeah.
first phase one, phase two, phase three, which didn't include the vast majority of any of
Exactly.
those things.
Now, I mean, to your point, there was a couple funds that, we may not get to those anyway, by default, by funding mechanism, we won't get to
Okay.
those two things that you had
So
cited that you didn't think
let
fits
me
anyway.
continue to move forward with this, because that discussion can be had in the future. So, Kelly?
And I guess specifically excluded buildings would be anything 100% funded by the water utility, stormwater. And
Like the
really,
water treatment plant.
by definition of those earlier ones, we're excluding anything we're currently funding. So like the maintenance facility, we're excluding that portion that is
Yeah.
already funded that way. So I guess we can probably all agree that we take the Parks Building one off of there. Is that the direction we
Well,
wanna-
no,
just leave it?
not, I think that's a discussion we have to have in the future right now, because what Parks Building do we take out and what do we leave in? We just went through the replacement of the Parks concession stand over at Fisher Park. in Loch Levon. So let's have that discussion, what falls into the Parks Capital Plan and what falls out of the Parks Capital Plan. Because I think a lot of the Parks Capital Plan is a lot of the maintenance and the equipment replacement on all of those parks, right? If I look at the budget. And then the other part is that when we have to replace any of the structures, the buildings, not the dugouts or any of those things, that's where we have to look at all of that. So I don't think you're doing any, you're just outlining what the financial management plan is for the future. We can come back and take a look at this.
Normally, as part of the budget process, you've got an approval of any amendments to the financial management plan as part of that. If you want to discuss this in January, I think it could just be delayed and not be part of this budget process. This wouldn't change anything that we're doing
Yeah,
for
I know it. This
this.
doesn't change the numbers
For the max tax.
for them, yeah.
For the, or even
Or
for the
even the
cut-
final
going
budget.
forward in the budget.
This is,
Really
this is the management plan, the financial management plan.
and really the franchise fees that you've already,
Revenues, it will impact it.
the franchise fees that you've already set right now are already dedicated
Yeah,
to phase one,
that's right.
phase two. That will eat
Yep.
those up, that part of it.
Yep.
This is more defining
What we're going
everything
to fund.
within this fund,
Yeah.
because it is and even within phase one and phase two, we're already using this property tax levy.
Yeah.
An option could,
I think we have to have more information and have a better discussion around what buildings are out.
Yeah, what's in and what's out, and
Yeah.
then what are we looking
Yeah,
at
and so
for
we
that
can,
franchise fee
yeah.
in 2018?
we
Because
can
we may
amend.
determine that it's
yeah,
different.
We can amend this portion of the financial management plan later, because you're just adding this in, correct? To the financial management plan, yeah. And this piece can be something that we will bring back in and amend it after that discussion.
sure.
Yes. The funding part
Yeah.
piece still needs to be
Yeah. How
determined
it's
in
gonna be funded. Yeah.
2017 about what we're going to do in
Yeah.
2018, if anything.
I think 2018 is already there. We just saw it.
No, we haven't discussed the franchise fee rates for 2018.
Oh, no, I think it's already set.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Healy, unless you want to
Yeah.
increase it. If you want to increase
right.
it, then we would change it.
Unless
what
you
I'm
want
talking
to,
about.
you want to increase it?
Well, we're talking about increasing the levy.
Yeah.
They're both revenue sources. Are we
Yeah.
just going to increase the levy and leave the
I
franchise
don't
fee
think
alone? Or are
we
gonna-
have, what I
that
don't, I don't have good background information to take a look at that. And which is the appropriate number?
I think that's coming in future discussions.
I don't know.
yet, I bet.
But we-
2018?
Yeah, for 2018.
For 2018, what we have
This
built
is what they
in is
have.
no increase in the property tax levy or transfer
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
facilities fund.
Yeah.
It's just maintaining as it is. So there's no increase built in
Yeah.
for the facility, the
For
property
2018.
tax levy that we're,
Dan, we did that
Yeah.
because we estimated the funding and set up phase one, phase two, phase three based on those numbers, and then did reserve the right to bring it back up, but council changed, so I guess we're gonna talk about it in January, February, as part of the whole conversation.
And how we're going to fund all of that.
Yes.
Going forward. Yeah.
Which is, the
Yeah.
franchise fee is a revenue source
Yep.
that we determined,
Yep.
just like the levy.
Yep.
And that would be part of that discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. I think we
Okay.
talk about it.
Yeah, not for this budget cycle.
No, that's
Yeah,
well, yes and no. It's
Yeah.
going to affect part of 2018.
yeah.
It would,
Moving
it would,
forward.
it would affect part of 18.
Yes, what you're saying is that once we act on it, and then it will change as it goes out to the residents.
Yeah,
and-
it's
and
going
businesses.
to impact 2018's revenue
Yeah.
budget. If we determine to
If
do
we-
anything with
yeah.
it, right? I'm just putting it out there. I don't know why we're treating it like it's untouchable in 2018.
No, I'm
I
saying
understand
it, when we have that discussion,
Mhm.
yeah. And what you're saying is that once we adopt it and it rolls out, we
Yeah.
also make the decision on when that rolls out.
Precisely.
Yeah,
I don't know why that seems like such a surprise to some people.
no,
could I ask
Okay.
for just some clarification? So you were thinking that you would address whether you were going to increase it during the year 2018? And so then
to
at
be applied to, then
at
you'll
that
see it
time,
in the,
amend
Yeah, what was the date that the franchise fee first took effect?
It was it took effect in July
July.
of
16?
yes.
Yeah.
So, and in that
And
year,
that's the
we
same
didn't
thing we
budget.
can do.
Right.
sorry.
It's been in effect since July of 2016. We didn't set a policy that said we're never, ever going to reevaluate it
No, we
to
didn't.
increase it if we
No.
deemed necessary to fund facilities,
Well,
right?
as-
So I'm saying, why aren't we talking about it as part of this policy?
Because one of the things, now we know, remember we said, okay, because Heather said, well, we're dipping our toes in the water now, we know what it is, and we know that we need to increase it. So if we increase it next year, it can be like a fiscal increase, and it'll be in July of 18.
Yeah, yes, if you,
Could very well be.
that's how
Yeah.
we did the very first year that we did it. We didn't have it in the budget for that
That's
year
right.
with the plan, but when it was we actually had an increase to the property tax in the
That's right.
budget. And we swapped that out for an increase to the franchise
right.
fee. And then just amended the plan with the next year's budget. So if you're thinking about changing it in 2018, but you're not ready to make that decision through this budget process, you want to
Yeah.
actually make the decision in 2018,
Because
you
we
could
need
do
better
that.
numbers.
Because this is a long-term plan.
It
What
is.
you already
It
are
is.
collecting here is already planned for and
Yeah.
spoken for. If you want to make a change during the year 2018 so that you
Yeah.
can plan for the next year,
Long-term.
use it, you can make that without doing it within the
Yes, the
2018.
current franchise fee is spoken for.
That's right.
The current franchise fee
Yeah.
level of revenue coming in is spoken
Yes.
for, it's committed. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
the
evaluating
long-term
the
plan.
rate to increase it to cover the additional costs of the facilities, which
Yeah.
further reduces the levy
Yeah.
dependence. Just
Exactly.
like the first discussion we
Yeah.
had that created it in the first place.
Bill,
Just one more point though, Dan, just to refresh your recollection. Part of the conversation then was when we talked about making it greater or larger, it was actually to pay off phase one, phase two, phase three quicker, or do those same things quicker.
Yep.
And not expand. So just point of information, that conversation we're gonna have in January, February will be much broader
Yeah.
than are we going to just allocate it? Are we going to do phase one, phase two, and three quicker? Are we going to pay off, if we increase, are we gonna pay off what we already are doing quicker instead of expanding it?
Yeah.
So,
And for me, when we put this franchise fee in place, it's to address the facilities needs throughout the whole city and not just these, because we need to do that, just like we do our streets.
but that was not the conversation that we had.
Well, we
talked-
needed to fund this and not have such a big increase on the
Correct,
property
and
tax.
it was limited to that matter. I mean,
Yes.
it may change, but that is what we agreed that it was limited to at the time.
Which is why we asked for the policy to be put in place, so
Yeah.
it could only be used for
Correct.
Yeah,
facilities.
that's the reason.
And in
why-
your
and-
mind, it was just those first two projects.
Yeah.
No, it
Might
was
be a little
fa-
bit broader than that.
It was phase
but-
one, phase two, phase three, and it was limited to that, and we had that conversation.
Okay, can we move on?
I think we're on the same
Because
page.
I mean, that's a larger discussion that we're gonna have to have at another, okay.
Okay.
We're into E EDA.
So the EDA, you had some questions last time about the annual increases that we do, how the fund balance is, and what are we actually levying in the EDA with the plan. So this particular graph is supposed to indicate the orange bars, the EDA levy and its growth as planned with additional 25,000 per year. And the red line is indicating where we are with the fund balance, because we are not levying as much as we spend in the EDA fund, because the EDA fund had a fund balance. So you've been spending
Yeah.
down fund balance in the EDA fund. So with the plan as it shows, what will the fund balance look like in these years? So you can see we're increasing 25,000, but no, that doesn't take care of the whole fund balance decrease. So it's not making us, you're still spending down fund balance. I do have a couple others. I'm gonna pop over to these were not in your background, so I came up with them later. This one shows you what we're spending on in the EDA fund. So the Ames Center debt service is the purple. That was the original, and we're back to 2010. That's what it was. And in 2010, then we added EDA operations to this fund. So we said, instead of the general fund paying for the EDA operations, we added that blue layer.
Yeah.
Just plain old operations. And then there's a couple CIP items that have been spent. Those are the orange items. But for the most part, the two things that are being paid for out of the ADA fund are the Ames Center debt service, which is growing, and the EDA operations. The green line indicates the revenue source of all the EDA levy, and there's some interest and that sort of thing. There was a spike just because there was something happened in that year where there was an additional source. But you can see the trend where the EDA revenues pay for most of, but there's a slice there that is not being covered by the EDA revenues, and that's where you're spending
Bless
fund
you.
balance. Okay. If you add in there the line for fund balance, you can see where that goes. So we started with $1 million. That was the reason why you chose to move the EDA operations over to this fund, was because it had fund balance.
Fund balance.
And you were spending it down, but increasing. I don't know if that makes it any clearer or just muddies the water, but that was
No.
just a little addition to that. So, we are at the point of the discussion for direction from the council for preparing the necessary documents. We have resolutions that we prepare for your September meeting. Back to the very beginning, we were at 3.6% increase. We're maintaining the funding levels of those adopted plans, and I guess what I haven't heard that you want to back off from any of those adopted plans.
No. I have.
So we're looking at still identifying efficiencies and savings that incorporate in the budget. If you have any suggestions for things that you would like to reduce in current operations, in order to reduce the levy by 1%, that increase, so the 3.6, if we were supposed to come down 1%, that would require 330,000 of budget cuts to current services. Or, that's just a point of reference there. Do you have anything that you would like to direct us on current services?
Council, I think we need to stay the course, as we talked about. We have been struggling throughout all of these years, and we're digging ourselves out. And we're still trying to backfill services, and I think that's your next slide. So 3.6, but I think we need to have that discussion, because I don't hear anybody from the 3.6. Does anybody have anything that they want to talk about with regard to the 3.6?
Well, in the broader discussion, doesn't it also include the next slide?
Well,
Sure,
no,
we can move.
this one is going to increase it, the next slide.
So, to your
To me,
point,
it's a priorities thing.
Yeah.
So I think you have to, if we were gonna make a case for the fire inspector, for instance, then what are we gonna cut to accommodate absorbing that? Because it's not always about just layering on more costs every year, year after year after year. We have to look at what we're doing and priorities, and if we have a new priority presented to us, then we have to figure out a way to fund it if we believe it's the right thing to do, but it doesn't always have to be a constant layer on of blocks on top of an existing
Yeah, and what we have to do is ask the question, if you take away, what does that mean in the bigger scheme of things? So, let's see, 3.6. So we have in the 3.6, you have the EDA levy, you have the debt service, you have the facilities plan, the infrastructure trust fund, and the forestry EAB,
I couldn't find it. Where's
and then the general fund. And then,
It's in the packet.
Kelly, you said in that general fund, a lot of it has to do with the health insurance increases. These are service deliveries, workers' comp, para, there's para zero out there, wage and other benefit increases, and current expenditures and net increase. So this is the 3.6. There you go. Yeah, Bill,
So Kelly, if you added all those in on the slide you just had,
Slide
Go
back,
back.
yeah, okay.
so, and we have a 3.6,
yeah, because
to fund it all out of a general levy, why don't you tell the folks and the council what that would, what the levy then would be?
Well, can we,
No.
we'll talk about that EDA because that throwing out the max number, I think, is maybe misleading. That we're
Okay,
not even
then-
considering that. I think staff threw it out because they
Then-
just want to let us know what our limit was.
Okay, but then say whatever, because as you know, I voted against the legacy events and the fire inspector, but what, based on what the estimate we'd spend, what would the increase be? What would the dollar value be an increase? Because obviously the 110's there, the legacy event 16's there.
Those items are approximately 300,000 without the 500,000 in there.
So roughly
So-
1%, so we'd move
Yes.
to
Yeah.
4.6%.
4.6.
minus the 4% for permits, so 4.2. And again, I absolutely agree with Dan Keeley about replacing some, but that's why I voted against the legacy event change and the fire inspector change as well. And while I may vote for the max tax at 3.6, if you include those and it goes beyond that, I may vote against the budget if those are in or not replaced somewhere else. And it was 4-1, so everybody else was for it except me, so.
do you want to take one by one? Okay, let's look at the fire inspector for hotels, and that's an annual cost of 110 and a capital cost of 50, and that capital cost is a one-time. Yeah, Dan?
I'm the one that brought the fire inspector to the council. I still think it's a public safety issue for our citizens and visitors to our city, and it's important for us to do. I'm willing to delay this to look at some alternative type funding besides property taxes to make it happen, and I think there are some ways we can get that done.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to really say, because I'm in favor of bringing this service back,
Yeah, I am
because
too.
it's a level of service. I don't think you can say there is other funds that can come in for something like this. It is part of the operations of public service, public safety. And from my perspective, if you're going to look at, if we really believe and own that we say local control, having this inspection done outside, it really has a direct impact
agree.
on the quality of the rooms that we have for our visitors. And it doesn't look good. Have you all gone and looked at the comment section on some of these properties? This is not good. We need it back if we're going to make this community what it needs to be. And it's about a level of service, and for me, this is important.
And I'm kind of wondering if somehow we can get training for current inspectors that we have in that type of inspection. I don't know, the chief
I
would be
think
able to
that
answer that
the
question.
chief can
and
speak to that, because we do
maybe
have
that
people
helps
who can
kinda-
have the
yeah,
delegation.
Exactly.
And there is, so the chief can speak to that.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think as we discussed last month,
Yeah.
it's really a workload issue. And only having one fire inspector and all the tasks we have, we can't keep up with the workload we have. And that's really the issue, is to have someone proficient as that. You know, we've tried the contracting route, we've tried the intern route,
That's right.
and we
It
haven't
didn't
had
work.
success. And this is a bit of a complex issue, because you have to have specialized training for both the hotels and the schools. We can't get that delegation back without that specialized training.
Is there someone in inspections that could be trained to do that we currently is in our employ?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it is a possibility, we discussed that a little bit, Jenny and I think there's some challenges and organizational and legal challenges with that, given the statutory authority of the fire code, and the amount of training that would take. And I think there's also some labor issues that we might run into with that as well, that might also be a big hurdle.
Yeah, because we did have the personnel back before 2009 when, Chief, I think that was a normal attrition, and we didn't backfill that position, correct?
That is
And
correct.
it was because of the recession, and we said, okay, we'll wait. But we never said that we would not do with this level of service for our operations. We just didn't hire back that,
No.
that skill set. Heather?
Madam Mayor, and I think part of the discussion that Ms. Faulkner and Chief Gentleman's referring to is that there is synergy with the current inspectors. They
Yes.
have, like, their current inspectors look at the building code, and our fire inspectors look at the fire code, and so it's a different level of expertise, and they work very well together
Yeah.
to really approach the buildings.
Yeah, I understand that. It's how you all going to have to work through all of that also with this, with the state law that you operate under and you operate under. So it's how you guys do that. Kara?
Just to let you know where I'm leaning towards, I am leaning towards no on every single one of those items, including mine. So just to let you know where I'm thinking. We're already looking at a property tax increase, and, you know, when I talked to people and they were telling me how they were directly affected by property tax increases that already happened, and they were able to give me concrete examples of how this was impacting their life, and that more property and tax increases, like, we can't just keep coming back to this because this is how it will further affect them. I am not in favor of raising property taxes, period. So to then go an additional bump above a 3.6 is just not something I'm willing to do.
Okay, Bill?
I'd like to first say, Mayor, I really admire that you were honest, because I believe that is an honest conversation. It's not like manna from heaven, that we just find this money
No.
out of things, because it's not the way it works. So so thank
Yeah.
you for that. And I have been, again, I agree, I've been consistent with it, and thank you for pulling your thing off the table as well. Because again, it is a struggle, but again, that's just my personal opinion, and I don't believe, unlike you, Dan, I don't believe there's magically, I've been here for 7 years, you've been here longer, the mayor's longer, Dan Gustafson served a long time as well. I know there's no magic amount in the budget, or we would find it every year.
No.
We would have reduced it last year
Yeah.
if it was there.
No, it's a challenge.
And I still believe we'd have to lay off law enforcement, or something like that. Otherwise, I know our great staff would find it. They'd come to us and they'd show us.
You're
and we
going to
would
lay
do
off
it.
law enforcement?
I said I don't want to.
Oh, good, because
Mayor.
with what's going on right now, we need
Mayor.
both fire and police.
I said we'd have to.
Oh,
I'm responding
okay,
to
okay.
to Councilmember Keeley's statement, well, then we have to find that
Cut,
money to
okay,
cut.
yeah, okay.
And I still believe, as I believed for years, that if we did that, we'd have to cut law enforcement, because that is the biggest part of the budget. And of course, I'm not willing to do that, and I've not been willing to do that since I've been here. And so I am, again, I wish we could afford it. I don't believe we can, so I'm not for it.
Okay,
That includes the legacy events, and now you could, and the banners being charged to the legacy.
Danji,
I'm in favor of going ahead with it.
pardon me?
I'm in favor of going ahead with the fire inspector,
Okay,
if we can get the votes.
yeah. Well, we've had split votes in the past. One of the things, I don't know where you stand with the fire inspector.
Thank you. I support it, but going to my point earlier, I think it's part of a comprehensive evaluation of the inspections department. Because where we were before we engaged and expand the inspection department to do the apartments and the rentals, we're now in the second cycle of, the second of a 3-year cycle, but I don't know if we're in the second year of the second 3-year cycle.
We're in the
Roughly.
4th year of inspections.
So first year of the second 3-year cycle. So we're going back and hitting another third of those. But we've been to all of them. And so my question is, if we want to add to our inspections, and I agree with the rationale behind it, because there's broader benefits of having a fire inspector, we have to address the funding. And from my perspective, it's not just let's layer it on and throw it on, because I'd like to have us go back and look at our current inspections department and where we're allocating those resources. And if we're saying we would like to add a new role into the inspections department, I'm delighted that Chief BJ and Jenny have already talked about how can we, because we're both talking about the same thing. One's very specialized, has state statute requirements, others different, slightly different, but how do we get some efficiencies and be able to absorb this with our overall inspections, even though they're two separate departments? So it takes a little bit of talking, and it takes a little bit of work to get it done. And maybe, it just got presented to us a month ago, so I'm not saying we have to forge ahead, period, but I'd like over the next couple months to find, to get staff to bring back some information on how that, some of that cost can be absorbed. Not the capital cost, because that's a one-time, but I think, that's not an annual, correct? The 50 is a it's a
Yeah,
one-time.
it's a one-time.
But that 110, and I know that that's net of some revenues, but how much of that can be absorbed within the current inspections? Because on the outside, and this is just optics from the outside, what we set off to do 4 years ago now, we've gone around to all of these properties. And so I believe it's a good process for us to reevaluate the resources that we give to that and say, today, 4 years later, are we still faced with the same challenge that we were then, which designed this department? And do we still have the same level of demand that we did 4 years ago? Or do we have the ability to readjust a little bit? And so I don't know the answer to that question until we get the answer. It's kind of hard to say there's potential opportunity there within a global inspection.
So let me just say this, we're just looking at the max tax, and we can back off from it if we get new information. So Heather, if you're in support of it, and then it's about directing staff, what's the level of max tax that they're going to bring to us with all of the documents and the resolutions. So that's what because we don't adopt the budget till December.
You
But
just sort of want to set the stage, at least have an idea of
Yeah.
what we should be thinking about working on, because
Yeah.
for us to make a
Exactly.
decision, we kind of have to have a little bit more information and
But that's-
research.
yeah,
And,
but-
they can't provide that research unless we ask them to do it, right?
That's
Until we
right.
get it.
And so the thing is, if we have, if there's 3 who say yes to the fire inspector for hotels, and then that'll be added onto the max tax. And then we can continue to dig into the numbers before the budget is adopted. Bill?
Well, then I just want to go on the record that I'll vote for the max tax at 3.6%, but
Yeah.
if you add any more, I'm not voting for the max tax.
Okay, yeah, I hear you
Okay,
and Kara.
thank you.
I hear you. But the thing is, there's, those are 2 votes.
Yeah.
But we still have to direct staff.
just-
So,
Let me rephrase my position. I'm interested in giving support for adding a fire inspector, but not at the face value of the cost, because I know that there are ways that we can fund that without just lopping on more tax. So I would agree with Bill and Kara. I think 3.6 is a good number, but if we want that, we have to figure out how to fund it. That's
Okay,
really
but-
where I'm coming from. I believe it's a priority. In
Okay,
fact, I believe it's a big
No,
enough
well, then
priority.
that's
I'll
good.
give you ideas that I've pulled out of the budget of where we can cut to fund it. We got it. That's the deeper discussion that I wanted to get into is if we believe that that's a priority, and 3 of us do believe it's a priority, then how are we going to fund it? It's not just through a tax increase. It doesn't always have to be, well, we just add on to the tax, max tax or not. I don't want to have a discussion of, well, it's just the max tax, we don't have to go that high, because it's a publicized number that the that
Sure,
the general
sure.
taxpaying public focuses on. And it sort of establishes the tone for the rest of the year. So I believe BJ's request is a valid one, and Dan brought it up, as
Yeah.
he said. I believe it's a priority. It's a big enough priority that I'm looking at other priorities within the city budget to say, that's a want, not a need. That's a need to me. So we have to evaluate the wants and cut to be able to absorb that within that 3.6.
Okay, Heather?
Let me just clarify a couple things. Number one, this wasn't BJ's request.
No,
These
they-
are all things that have
that's-
been
that's
brought up in the
right.
council
Sorry, BJ
discussions.
presented.
And
That's
so-
right. These are
but he
things.
was
Great job
at-
presenting.
at the-
Correct you on that, but
At
that's
the,
Yeah.
at the council's request, he brought back additional
Yeah,
information.
and this also
these are not-
surfaced at a meeting I was at, having to do with the inspections of hotels. And that's why I think that this is really bringing back that level of service that we once had.
And, Madam Mayor, that was the second of 3 points that I have, and that is in terms of obviously the council sets the priorities, and, you can set it as different priorities, but there are, there will be a reduction in service if you look at other places. And sort of going along with the third point, is that the staff really does work hard to try and pare these numbers down. And we really do, it was as hard as it was in 2009, a lot of those positions were vacant, and so, but we have had real service reductions as a result of additional positions that we have cut. And so, the service discussion is obviously one that is important to have. But I think, to the question of inspections, I know we did have a very full presentation to the council about the program. And what this budget incorporates is staying the course on that, because that was the direction of the council at the time. Obviously, the new council can make other choices, but I think what you've seen is some real results from that, both in the hotels as well as in kind of as you look around the city. And so it is a question of what level of service you want for those types of things. And so I just want to sort of clarify those points. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, Dan might have talked about it, but I was at a meeting with hotel property owners, and they brought back this because they wanted the inspections to come back, and I agree, we have to bring back this level of service. So, Dan,
Can I
to
get a
your
clarifying
point.
question?
Yeah,
Before, because you just said something I didn't really think about. Is this inspector's job going to be 100% hotel inspections? Or that's
no,
a piece
no.
of a much greater inspection
Bigger,
responsibility?
bigger.
Right.
Part school, no, it's
Yeah,
part
part
schools,
schools
and that's statutory limited. He explained it all.
Yep. So
Yeah.
how
It's
much
bigger.
of this, and I'm getting there, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, because this is reported. How much of that role what percentage, did you estimate that would be hotel specific?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I guess we didn't break it down to that specific of,
Would it be a majority or a minority?
I
of their
would say,
role?
it's hard to say because it all depends on compliance. And I would tell you, we have 9 hotels in town that, are initially going to take a lot of that person's time. I mean, that's going to, I would say
We haven't
the first
inspected
couple
it.
years in our experience with the apartments and stuff, it's going to take a good chunk of their time. I would expect after a few years, we would get some better compliance and that time ratio would go down. But I would say a significant portion, at least over half of that, would be spent on inspecting hotels and working with stakeholders, because you got to remember, in this situation, we also have to bring in the Department of Health, and since we really don't have any local licensing on it, it's very labor intensive to deal with any licensing issues with them.
Thank you. And then just to touch on fees, to kind
Yeah.
of fill out the circle. You refresh my memory, but you said there was some fee revenue recovery, and I believe that's the net number. And then that fee, which was roughly 15 to 20,000, I think is the number is that correct?
I believe it was about 10,000 a year.
10,000,
It was
sorry, 10,000
30,000 over 3
Okay.
years.
Of that 10,000, where does it come from? Is it a fee to go, that you can charge by state statute to the hotel to inspect it?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It's a
And is
state-
that fee set by the state, so it's not something we
Yeah.
can touch?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, and that's actual data from the State Fire Marshal's office over the past
Right.
6 years. So
Okay.
that's actual experience between hotels and schools.
Okay.
Okay. Heather, you had something?
Just real briefly, and I think you heard this from the chief before, but I'll reiterate it. One of the challenges for this type of activity because of specialized training is being able to recruit someone for more than for a part-time position. We had one, and then we lost them. Then we had one, and then we lost them. And so it's just a big challenge from a workforce standpoint.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. Kara?
It's not that having local control over inspection is a bad thing. For me, again, it is additionally raising property taxes on persons, because they don't get to just get more money from their employer or get more money on their fixed income when we take more money from them. I absolutely appreciate that staff is very cautious and careful with spending. I completely believe that. I have no problem with that. The problem that I have is when our residents are telling us this is a problem for them and it's an increasing problem from them. And I'm looking at projections where it's just, we're just gonna keep hitting up property taxes. Like, this is just gonna be a normal thing. We're just gonna keep raising. And I have a problem with that. And I think a lot of citizens have a problem with that. So that's why I'm looking at this, where it would be a great thing. A lot of these things on this list would be a great thing to do. They would be positive, wonderful things. But I just don't see that we can do them now. Perhaps in the future, we can look at this, but for right now, man, this is getting painful.
It is painful.
Yeah.
You should have been here when it really was really bad.
Oh,
But
that
the
would have been
thing,
exceedingly difficult.
yeah, the
you
thing
had
that
hard
we're looking
decisions.
at right now is that everything that you see on this list, on the 3.6, it's about increases that's beyond our control.
Oh, I know.
When we have health insurance increases, that's
I
not,
know.
that's beyond our control. When you have wages and other benefit increases, these are some things that are within our control, but, if we're gonna wanna keep the high level of intelligence and skill sets that we have, and not lose any of that, because it even gets worse if we start losing some of the good people that we have. And then these are just things that we have to take care of. The Parks Capital Fund, equipment and vehicles, infrastructure trust fund, these are ongoing maintenances. It's no different, and with stuff that we need to do. And the fire inspector is a level of service that we used to have. So I just want to know do you want to, because if we go 3.6, or you want to delay the fire inspector, then, I want these discussions and for us to really work on this stuff, because this is not easy stuff. But we need to make sure that we provide the level of service to this community. And there is a cost, and people know that. I do know that people know that, because when they don't have the level of service, I can tell you, it was the hotel owners at that meeting that said, we want this back in the city. And you were at that meeting because, it was Doug who was presenting it, not you. And I know, I've been here, and so we need to take care of that. The other is, if you don't like any of the other stuff, I think we have to also address the EDA levy. If we really are serious about economic redevelopment and increasing our economic vitality in this city, because it also helps increase the income for the city, then we need to be really serious about that. Now, that's at the max. That's presented here. But there's another thing that we can do, is go only 1,000 this year and then go up. Or else I just need a commitment that we talk about it. Let's not just say it's hard, we're not going to do it. We need to do things for this community. Let me tell you how many people who come and say, how come we don't have any new grocery stores? Come we don't have any, they're going all over. Well, you know what? It's easier for these businesses and these grocery stores to go to cities with raw land. Easier to build on raw land. Harder to build on existing land where they have to have demolition. We're a built-out city. We have just little pockets that the Haley Ramey property that is going to be, that has a proposal or a vision that they brought before us. But there's economic vitality and health of this community. We have to address it. If we don't address it today, I want a commitment to have this difficult discussion. Because we talk about it, let's not just talk about it and it's just talk and nothing happens, if you really believe. I understand where you're at for this time. I understand where you're at this time. But we need, if we don't do the EDA levy, whether we phase it in, because I know that's not going to fly, that 500. If we phase it in, that's one thing, that's a plan B, or we go to, I want a commitment that we're going to address it and roll up our sleeves and do it.
I'm willing to make a commitment, we'll talk about it, but I'm certainly not making a commitment, we'll ever commit $1. I may not, you already know that
No, I'm saying a commitment to really have a discussion about whether economic vitality and health of this community is important.
Well, and part of that discussion is whether I think that's a right choice. You may believe it, but I
Yeah.
may have a different opinion.
I
but
understand that.
I always will have it
Yeah.
in discussion.
Yeah, I understand that. So where are we going to go with this list?
I'm all about growing this city and economic development, and we gotta make choices to either invest in our city or just sit back and let it waste away, so I'm willing to move forward with a lot of these things. It's up to the rest of you.
Okay. Well, I know we need the inspector. I know we need to do economic development. You know, and I think the membership for NLC, because you learn a lot, I learn a lot, I bring back a lot from the places I go. Our staff all belong to professional organizations. If we're not a learning organization and we're not really learning and understanding, then we're doing an injustice, I believe, to the people we serve, because we're not expanding and learning more about what the trends are, what's happening, and so forth. So if you want to do that,
I mean,
I know you wanted
otherwise we
to-
only know what we know.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be as good as it's gonna get.
so, you know, I'm willing to look at that. The fire inspector and EDA is very important. I think are the important things. The other stuff is want. Yeah,
Well,
Dan?
I think what you're hearing is 3 votes to stick the max tax at 3.6. And we do believe that these are a priority, but this is only half the equation. I mean, it's really difficult to sit here and make a decision. Well, here's the added. Well, where's the opportunities to fund it outside of just a flat out tax increase? And so when we're sitting here tonight for the max tax going, well, here's what you can add to it, but we can't bring you anything to subtract to it because you haven't told us what you'd like us to bring back to the table. For me, it's stay at 3.6 and figure out a way to fund these. And the ones that get funded are the ones that survive. Because they're going to be a big enough priority that those wants area are going to get reevaluated. And those are the ideas I think we need to bring to the table. All of us need to bring an idea to the table. What's a want in this city? Because if your priorities are safety first and cleanliness of the city, water, streets, et cetera, and economic vitality, then what's
Those are
after that?
needs.
Well, those are needs, absolutely.
Yeah,
Those are the
those are
top 3
needs,
needs.
not wants.
It's safety, it's cleanliness, and it's
Yeah.
prosperity, it's EDA. So beyond that, everything else to me, is up for consideration.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, there are 3 votes to say 3.6. But I'm also hearing that, so it's not gonna go beyond 3.6, but, so that's what you're saying
So we
tonight.
force it to roll up our sleeves and figure out how we fund it, because I like all of those. I believe all of those are valid. They're all priorities, in my opinion, that bump something else that we're doing today. But we have to make that decision. What is
Yeah.
it that is being done today that needs to get cut so we can absorb these because we've deemed them a higher priority than some of the things we're doing today. If every single thing that we do that supports our $30 million levy, whatever is it, our total budget, if every single thing has been gone through and we deemed it all a priority, then the only option to do here is to add it on. But we haven't gone through the other half of that exercise, right? We're only looking at part of it. So I'm good with 3.6, and I think we can find the necessary funding through evaluating the rest of our budget to be able to fund these. Maybe not all of them. Maybe we get to most of them, but some of them we don't. I'm not gonna vote EDA at $500,000, but I'd like to see us go from 25 to 100, which would mean a 0.1 to a 0.4. So that's 0.4 we have to absorb. The fire inspector is the equivalent of whatever you said it was, 0.3. So, and then the other stuff rolled up is
Yeah.
I don't know, another half or 0.2 or 0.1 or whatever it is, 0.2. So we have roughly about a 1%
Okay,
number that we have to find in the existing budget.
so here's
Or
what
we're
I'm
saying
gonna.
that's not as big
Yeah.
a priority
So
as what
here's
we're
what
doing.
I'm gonna propose. Staff, what I'm hearing, because there's a majority, to stick with the 3.6. I think Dan G and I are saying, no, there are some important things here that we can add to the levy. But I'm going to ask the members of the council, in that time that we're going to go from now and the budget, and also after the budget, I want to identify and to be very clear, so it's in the record, what we're going to be talking about and how we're going to fund it. And that's EDA. I want a commitment to really take a look and roll up our sleeves. This is important stuff. The fire inspector is very important stuff. The other things are wants. But I see an important want that needs to be reinstated, and that's $10,000 for the membership for NLC. But two main things, EDA and fire inspector.
It might be the top two for everybody, or may not. I mean, to me, the
Yeah.
whole list is up for consideration, but we have to go through another process to
Yeah,
get there.
I understand.
Right.
And then make sure that we have this discussion about the facilities in January and February. But we need
I'm a
to-
little confused, Mayor, because I think all our discussions are serious. And if you put something on the table, or Dan does, or Dan, or Carol,
Yeah.
we discuss it seriously. I mean,
No.
I've never been in a silly conversation or a
Well, I'm not
waste of
suggesting that
time.
it's a silly
I just want you to
conversation.
know, I just may not end up agreeing.
I'm okay with that.
But I never not participated in a serious way in a conversation.
You are serious.
Yeah,
Very
yours.
serious.
So, okay, so what I'm hearing, staff, is that there is a majority of the council to move forward with the 3.6.
Yes.
But we're going to have more discussions to
Yeah.
see how we're going
Roll up
to.
our sleeve and figure out how we pay that, without just throwing it on another tax increase, or more than it
Jenny.
is.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think it would be helpful for us to know, I mean, you stated what the priorities are: safety, cleanliness, economic development. So if we are to come back with plans to address 3 or 4 of these items, are we not to touch safety, what deals with safety, cleanliness, and economic development? I mean, it would help us to know if these are your priorities, then everything else is on the table or not on the table. This is a very open-ended.
This is what Dan Keeley said, I
Help us
believe.
help you.
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking for.
yeah, no.
And I hadn't heard.
Let me
was a
tell
huge
you,
funnel.
we do have a strategic plan in place with success factors that we focus on every item that comes before us. This is where it's addressed. So we talk about the safety of the city. That's a priority. We talk about infrastructure. That's a priority. We talk about parks. These are amenities that are very important to the community. We talk about the environment. That is very important to the community. We talk about okay, help me out here.
Financial management.
Financial management and staff.
Development,
Those are,
redevelopment.
yeah,
Community
but
service.
community service, which is very, if you guys don't come to the meetings where you have all of those people who come to events here because it has a great value to them, whether it's community service, those kids in the park on Thursdays for those programs, that's a community service that enriches the lives of our families and makes people want to come and live in our city.
Exactly.
If we don't have those programs, they don't come. If you come and look at the park and how filled it is during Flicks on the Bricks nights, it gets really busy around now. These are amenities. Economic vitality is important to all of us. So we do have priorities. And it all has to do with visual appeal also. Kira?
We do have priorities, but everything can't be a priority because then you aren't able to do your job to
I'm
figure
asking
out
for.
what the heck we're directing you to do.
Exactly.
Just my view, you know it best. So I'm not going to restrict you and say, don't touch certain areas. I'm not gonna do that. What I am gonna do is say, give your best effort and use your best judgment because I trust you. So that's what I would put forward to you.
Yeah.
That may not be the most helpful thing, perhaps you were looking for specific, but you may know areas, like if I say don't touch safety, but you know an area that could be cut into, but doesn't affect services personnel or something like that, that might be something that we do look at. That might be a good thing. So I'm not gonna restrict you in that way. Use your best judgment. I have full faith and trust in you.
Heather?
And, you know, and I know that you all have heard me say this before, but we have really looked at all the low-hanging fruit, and that's gone.
Yeah.
And so, and so I think, and we've talked about some of those others. We've, you know, for example, we have jumped into doing some analysis of specific areas, and it hasn't been fruitful. And so, so absent some understanding, I think what you're hearing from Jenny, and I wasn't going to ask that question tonight because I don't feel that there's a consensus on that. So on where there should be services, but I think that's the
No.
problem is we're down to the
No, no.
point where we do have some service reductions that would be.
You know, right
Yes,
now,
we are.
I know that we have been in a very difficult place from 2009 to now. Actually goes back to 2006 when things started to really get bad. And now the last couple of years, we've been trying to backfill and trying to get services back to where they need to be. And Carol, we do. But when you say, what are the success factors that will get us in the direction of the vision for this city? There were 7 success factors that we set. And this is not something that we did in a vacuum. There were people in this community, over 2,000 of them, and said, if we did these things right, we will get there. And we focus on those things over and over and over again. And each one of these department heads know exactly what they need to do. But your question is, Jenny, is that these are the things that yes, and then Jenny and then Steve.
Well, Madam Mayor, for instance, if we look at my area, I mean, we're talking a cut somewhere else that may be a priority to one or more of the council members.
Yeah.
Steve could maybe come up with something, and somebody may like
Yeah.
that or not like that. Or,
Yeah.
you know, if you're asking all of us to do that, we all come back with a list with cuts in each of our areas, but we don't know what's the priority for you. So that's why I'm
And
asking.
I don't want that right now. I've lived through the dot-com bust in the 90s. And then we get through all of this stuff and we live through the recession. It's painful.
Madam Mayor,
And you're not even back to your full complement.
correct.
And neither is Steve. And neither is BJ and Eric. So, and this city is bigger than when I came into office. Steve?
Madam Mayor, Council, I respect what's being asked. I think what Jenny's getting at is our job is to run all our divisions, in my case, half a dozen, 8 divisions,
Yeah.
as efficiently as possible.
Absolutely.
I don't pick winners and losers about what is an important service to the city. The council tells me these are all important services. You operate these as efficiently as possible. And so,
Yep.
absent of that direction of prioritizing those for me, I can't just come back with cuts. And so I think we're saying if we're gonna go to that level, we do need to have some direction about prioritization. And we do need that feedback because I have to approach
Yeah.
it. They're all important to you until you tell me one is an area that, you know what, compared to another, it may not be. So.
Okay. Bill?
I'll go on the record right now that I've not asked you to do that. I have been crystal clear about where I stand, so I've not asked you to do that. Every year we go through this knowing there's no, I've
No
heard,
magic bullet.
right, there's no low-hanging fruit. I've heard
It's
that.
gone.
I know staff would produce it in a New York minute if they could produce it. If Dan Kay has some ideas, then he should discuss that with Heather or other council.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's off the table for me until
Yeah.
something, I guess, changes down the road, if it does. And then in our serious discussion time, then we'll
Well, because
address
it's
it.
more of a deeper dive.
Well, again,
Yeah, it's a deeper dive.
so I'm,
Yeah, Kara?
And that's why I'm not in favor of that entire list. Period.
Okay.
That's why I'm looking at it and saying I'm not in favor of that entire list. This is an addition to what we're already struggling to do. I know that cuts would be extremely difficult. I know there's no low-hanging fruit. I understand that. We also have to look at our citizens saying their personal budgets now don't have low-hanging fruit as well. We can't just do increases every year and just tell people to suck it up and do it. So that's why I'm not in favor of this. I don't want you to have to do that.
Okay. Dan?
I just added up the non-capital cost in that. Is it 221, is that correct? Minus the
The
police
500.
fines dedication, because you pulled it, so I didn't include
I'm
it in my
pulling it,
total.
man.
Yeah.
So,
The
yeah,
500.
110, 16, and I put 75 for the EDA. That's where my 221 comes from. 75 for the EDA, more than the 25 that's already in the budget. And then 10, and then 10, because the overhead street banner capital cost is a one-time as well, correct? So that wouldn't be part of our levy. It would, in theory, we could use our
Yeah, you can
our
take the,
excess funds.
that 10 and 40 out,
So that's-
because that's.
That's 221. What does that equate to? Mr. It's like, is it
0.7%.
0.7?
Yeah.
Okay.
I already figured.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have,
Yeah,
so
it's
to
4
stay at
something.
3.6, we've got to find 221,000 somewhere else to put these priorities in place.
Yeah, well, I don't know if overhead street banners is a priority. If I'm gonna
Well,
look at the
it's $10,000
those are
bucks.
wants. If I look at priority, it's EDA and the inspector. And then the NLC, 10,000, that's 10,000, you can put 10,000 in there.
You can put that same 10,000 in overhead banner, had more impact on the
That's-
community than
that's-
the
yeah,
NLC membership would.
That's from my perspective, and that may be different in my.
I've been there, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
That banner would have way more impact on our community than
I
going to DC to NLC.
Well,
I'm not saying I don't I disagree with it,
Dan.
yeah.
but I've been there. I
Okay.
went 2 times.
I think we've killed that horse.
The NLC horse?
No, this horse. So,
I-
3.6.
Yeah, we're saying we're gonna stay at 3.6 as a max tax, and we're asking staff to help come back with things that can, I'm asking that, and I've
Because I'm
offered
not.
one
I'm
idea,
not.
and I'll offer another one, but I just think that there's,
Majority is not.
Yeah,
so the majority does not wanna look at any of the costs within the city currently.
For that, no.
Yeah,
To
so
swap
everything
out.
we're doing today is a higher priority than anything on that list, that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying if I find something and staff they agree to it, then we'll just take it off the levy.
So that is a true statement. What we're doing today is more important than any of those things on that list. And if staff finds savings, it'll just reduce the levy.
Correct.
None of these things
From
you
my-
would support
from
putting
my
back on.
standpoint, yes.
Okay, gotcha. And that's consistent with what
Yeah.
you said, or just sounded like you were saying it a different way.
Danji,
How often have we actually passed the max tax?
not often.
We're usually a tenth or two under.
No.
I mean, I don't recall ever passing the max tax.
Would you mean go above it? Oh, we can't.
No, I mean, I don't remember.
max.
Oh,
We set max
acting.
tax at 3.6 and we then ended up with a 3.1 or something
Yeah,
like that. I've
right, and
Never
that's,
seen us come in
no,
at the
we've
max tax.
never,
It's been
we've never
very
actually,
close the
yeah.
last.
Yeah, like a tenth or
Yeah.
two
Yeah,
off.
it's
maybe.
Yeah,
been
we've
very
always
close.
come below the
Oh, I'm
max
sure it's
tax.
close, but
By
it was
one or
not-
two tenths.
Yeah, we've always come below. That's the reason why I say, you know, we could go
That's a good
4
argument.
point, to get to the
That's
fire
safe,
inspector
yeah.
and the EDA and go at 4 point, would be 4.6, Kelly?
Yes.
Not,
Oh.
take the capital cost out because we can do that as a one-time funding.
4.4.
I would just
4.3,
3,
yeah,
yeah, 6
Yeah.
and 7.
yeah.
I would
roughly.
just caution on the one-time funding, as we saw as we were looking at those lists, we've kind of
Yeah.
gotten the one-time funding pretty high as it is. It's,
Yeah.
so any more on those? And that is something also that the rating agencies
Look at.
look at, is how much we're relying on. So we
I
want to be
know-
judicious
I know that they
about.
look at, and that's why I always try to protect that fund, that contingency that we have.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the strengths in terms of the rating agency when they look at us. But I also look at the market value of the city, because that's a big thing that they look at, and also our per capita income. So those three pieces are really, so if we don't increase the per capita or the market value of the city, which has to do with EDA and the per capita income, you know, that has been our weakness, because we don't have any control over the per capita income, but we do have at least some things that we can do to increase the market value. And that's where property maintenance come in, EDA, and redevelopment, and adding more value to the city, market value to the city.
I think we have some control over per capita income just through what we allow to be built in the city, to be honest
Well,
with you.
and the housing and the
Yeah,
people who live
exactly.
here,
Yeah.
it's all of those things, those
Those
are
things
the
change.
difficult
Those things
decisions
change.
that we make that looks at those things.
Agreed.
Can you recap what came out of this?
Well, what I have
Because it seems to
understood,
me like there's three different positions.
no, what I am clear is that we're going 3.6.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that I have, I think there's just Dan G and I who say we can go for a max tax of 4.3 or something like that, that covers the inspection and an EDA levy. And at 75,
Yeah,
so
so under a
incremental.
3.6 max tax, I think we've got that settled. Three of us believe that. Let's keep it at that.
Yeah.
So within that, I've said, some of these are a priority, let's find the funding for it. Who else is in agreement with that proposal?
I think we can find this, we're gonna have a lot of discussions about this in the next couple of months.
So.
Well,
as
I
we
don't-
go-
As we
I
go,
don't-
as we go through
Discussion.
all of our budgets.
So that's, all right,
Because
so
we're
you're,
gonna have some opportunity to review this as well and go, you know, I see that there, maybe that's something we don't wanna do. If we don't want the staff to do it, then we're charged.
we can do
with
it, right. We can bring some things, but we probably need to give them time
And
to
actually,
work on
we
them
should be
if
charged
we
with
have an
that
idea.
sometimes, instead of just saying it's their problem.
I agree, and I bring ideas, but I don't want to be the only one. I don't want to be Mr. Cut, because the ideas that I bring, because no one else
Yeah,
really
yeah,
has
yeah,
brought any
your
in the last
ideas is
several
to
years
cut
I've been on
the- your
council.
idea is to cut the
I'm the only
personnel.
one that keeps coming up with these ideas, and sometimes we pursue them, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't go anywhere. I'll bring back the one I brought back last year, the adult softball. I think there's more than 50,000 in savings there if we executed doing it. That's a change in the budget. That makes me the bad guy, because I'm the only one that brings it up.
But again,
But my responsibility here as an elected official is to the greater good of the city and the fiscal prudence of the city. I'm not here to make friends with certain user groups. So I'm willing to stand up and say, we should look at that again.
Discussions like that are, I
Again,
think, they're very good.
Okay.
Just for the sake of honesty, the mayor agreed with you that we take a look at it. And we took a look at it, and at the end of it, your reaction was, well, I just don't believe the figures.
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah.
So unless you know that the figures were not truthful, that the staff produced or something, but that was your reaction. So,
And we kept it because it
Right.
had value.
right, well, And again, I remember, well, let's go back and visit the softball fields that I didn't think we should build the Taj Mahal and do all those other things. You were 100% for that spending, so let's not go off the rail here.
One-time cost, Bill.
Let's not
You're
go-
being very serious right now, by the way.
Let's
just
not
wanna let
go
you know.
off the rail of you trying to say that you're doing these.
That was a capital one-time cost.
Okay.
Okay, that's very different than an ongoing annual cost driver. That's the
some
difference
of
in a
those
P
are.
and L and a balance sheet,
I
okay?
actually disagree with you about the need of the fire inspector. We disagree with it.
I got you.
That saves, from my standpoint, that saves $110,000 a year, from my standpoint.
I totally get it. So I'm bringing that idea out. We had the discussion. Do we want to have that discussion again? And I also brought up an idea of taking a look at the inspections department, to have staff look at that, do an evaluation, and bring back their results. Can the fire department inspector work with Jenny's department, and can they figure out a way to help fund it? Maybe not 100%, but if they can come out, if they're challenged, they will come up with phenomenal solutions. They've done it all 11 years I've been sitting here. Staff has always figured out a way to do things, and they may not come up with 110, but they might come up with most of it. So it makes it a different decision, right? But unless we ask them to do that, we'll never know if it can be done. So
You can ask them to do anything. I'm saying that I'm just not interested in spending that money, period.
I think we all got that from you. So I brought out two ideas. Maybe everybody should bring two ideas to the table so they can get direction that they're looking for and go do the research and bring it back to us.
You know what?
I don't want to always be the one bringing the ideas.
We have the opportunity, staff we're going to have department come in and give us, like they always do, present what's going on in each of their departments. And you'll hear from Jenny and you'll hear from BJ on what's going on. And Steve will also, because I think you've had some cuts in your parks department, right?
Yes, we actually, based on
And you
Councilmember
also-
Keeley's questions last year, we actually reorganized the adult softball. We use a part-time employee now, not a full-time employee
Yeah.
who's at an entry-level wage. So we cut $20,000 to $30,000 out of that. So the numbers are even lower than last year. So that was based on that conversation. And
Yeah.
then when we had a retirement, we were able to move some things around and reorganize.
Yeah.
See, when you ask certain questions,
you know,
when you
it's-
put a challenge, they always come up with solutions
Well, but
that save money.
they do hear us, but right now, I also know that in Steve's department, he has, in parks and in streets, they now are doing some cross-function things. You're using some parks personnel in the wintertime in big ways. There is a lot of cross, so I know, because I ask questions and I go, and I listen to what they're doing. And so, and they hear us too, when we say, okay, do something, and then opportunities arise, they make the appropriate shifts. So I don't know what we need to do. Kelly?
I have just two things. If you are considering raising the EDA down the road, the EDA is a separate levy you have to act on for the max tax. So it isn't something that you could change.
Yeah, I understand.
Max
It's
tax
rolled
is really
into the max
3.5
tax.
plus 1/10
Yeah,
for EDA.
it's rolled into the max tax so
Yeah.
that everybody sees it, and that's what your slides show. The 3.6 has the EDA in it. Heather?
Right, but if you want to, if there's any chance that you want to increase that, unless there's cuts within EDA that you're talking about, then you would have to raise that now, is what they're
Well,
giving
that's,
directions,
that's
what
the
Kelly's
reason why
telling
I'm
us.
saying
Swap
if
those.
You
there,
can't swap
if
them
there
out.
are three, that, we know that both Bill and Kara said no. But I'm saying, is there an appetite to go to 4.3 as a max tax? And then from September to December, do the deep dive into all of that. So, yeah, I know Kara and Bill will not go above 3.6. I know that. I know that. Yeah, I know that. So, and staff is trying to say, do you want to do an EDA increase? If you don't, then we're going with the 3.6 and move on. But I want to have this discussion.
Well, the EDA 0.1 is in that 3.6 number. There's
No,
really two
no,
separate
no, no, no.
discussions.
It
It's
is.
3.5 for the levy on 1/10 for the EDA.
No, I know, no, we're looking at these add-ons, that's all I'm saying. So, but we'll do deeper dives into that. So it appears, staff, we have a 3.6.
3.5 and a 0.1.
Pardon me?
The 3.5 and a 0.1.
Do we actually vote now on the EDA max tax?
This is the max,
Or it's-
yeah, it
The max
is,
tax
yes,
is
it is.
always a combination of both.
Both.
No,
It
you
is.
can't switch 3.5 to
yeah.
0.1. You
Yeah.
have to go, you can't go
You can't.
down to 3.4 and then go up to 0.2.
Yeah, no.
You have, that's what Kelly's point
gotta
is.
be
is
That's
you
right,
Yeah.
must-
and that's
They're-
what,
they're
that's what the
separate
slides,
maximums.
that's what the slides have shown.
Gotta be
That's
3.6.
separate maximum.
It's
And
included.
It
Then we
will
need to
actually
do
not, you don't actually vote on a percentage, you vote the 20. The
Yeah.
EDA would raise 25,000 and the
Yeah,
other one.
it's in-
And then
it's
you
in-
can't
it's in the
switch those
3.6.
later.
But if there were some changes, the EDA could go up as long as it
No,
doesn't go
no,
beyond the
no,
3.6?
no,
No.
no,
Or that's, he's
no.
stuck at the
It's
one?
kind of like two
No.
separate maxes
You're
in one
separate.
number.
You're kind of
No.
stuck at the one.
No, it's more, it's, what we
Mm-hmm.
did and made it, the decision about that way back when, is to be more transparent. Everybody says, here it is. It's all of those functions, and because we're the ones making the decision on both.
I can't
So we
hear
gotta
you, I'm
split
sorry.
apart.
Yes.
What's that?
We have to split
No.
it apart.
We're gonna keep it the same
Yeah, I mean,
because it's
statutor-
transparent.
amendment, statutorily.
Because we're the
they're
same-
separate, different levies that have different maximum tax.
So
Yeah.
if he wanted to go up to 100,000, it'd have to raise. it.
0.4
Yeah.
for
Correct.
EDA and
So it'd be a 3.8
3.1.
then.
And that's why it'll go to
Or
four,
So it'd be a
three,
3.8
that
tax
what I
tax
was
then,
trying
If you
to.
wanted to go to 75,000.
But I really don't want to go 3.6, so
Yeah,
it'd be a
it'll get-
3.1 and a 0.4.
But what I'm
To
saying
make up
is,
the
if
3
we
points.
go with
Or
3.6,
sorry,
if you cannot
3.2
go
and
higher than
0.4.
25,000 on the EDA.
Yeah, it would be a
right.
3.2 and a 0.4 would be my suggestion, which takes the levy max tax down to 3.2. So 3/10 below what it is currently.
Why serious?
No, but when you add on your EDA,
I'm not adding it, I'm taking it out of the levy. I'm
You're-
saying 3.2 for the levy and 0.4 for the EDA for the 3.6 total max tax.
yeah, well, it's 3.6.
I'm breaking it down differently, that's my
Yeah,
proposal.
you're
is we
just
do
wanting to, but it does
3.2
come
and
out,
0.4.
it's broken down when Kelly brings the ordinance and the resolution before us.
But what
I
they're
think
saying
you're-
right now, tonight, well, not tonight, but in September, when we vote on it, it has to be two parts. And what we're saying, three of us are saying, is 3.6 is a cap. So if we want to put money in EDA, it's got to come out of the levy. So the levy needs to be 3.2 if we want the EDA to go up to 100,000. It'll be a
Or 75.
0.4. An additional 75 to a 0.4 from a 0.1.
So what you're saying, it still comes out, so the EDA will be 1.2, right?
No, 0.4. It's only 1/10 of a point to be 25,000. So to go to 100, I'm just assuming it's probably
There-
rounded numbers. But
It's actually an odd rounding,
Yeah.
yeah, so.
would it be 0.4 or
So
0.3, 0.75?
it'll be, if you're going 70, if you're gonna be 75, it'll be 0.3, 0.4?
33,000 is
33,000, that's-
0.1, so
Yeah.
25,000 isn't quite 0.1.
Yeah.
It all gets
So
added.
100,000 isn't quite 0.4, then it's probably 3.1 or a 0.3 something.
If you
So
want
the
it to be-
total levy will be,
Yeah, 3.3
If-
with a plus, with a 0.3 on,
If you
EDA
wanted
would
to
be
go so you would, 75 additional, so is 100,000 increase, so 75 is, 33 is 66 is 0.2 by the, we'd base it, instead of talking about the percentages, if you want to add 75,000 to the EDA
Yes.
levy, you have to subtract 75,000 to the general fund levy.
correct,
And the rounding
Stay
of
at
the
3.6
percentages
gross
gets a little
between the two.
hairy, but yeah.
yeah, then the max tax would be what? Just so we all
3.6.
understand.
It's just broken up differently.
So I think that you're saying that if you'd like to add 75,000 to the EDA levy, which means we have to find 75,000 in cuts to the general levy.
Correct. To
Well,
make it
he wants to
3.2
cut
or
the
what,
general
3.2.
levy. But, now, I want to be real clear about what this would mean. So if you're saying because right now, when I look here, it's 0.1% for
EDA.
the EDA. And if you're gonna go 75, that'll be
Well, it's actually 0.3 something because
0.3.
it's a dollar, yeah, so I don't know what they're gonna,
So you're guaranteeing the EDA levy?
so when you look at a total for the
The
max
number
tax,
guarantees the EDA
it'll be
levy, and maybe nothing
3.9.
else.
No,
No.
doesn't have to guarantee, we can go below it.
We
Talking-
No, I understand that he's talking to separate out and he's not
No,
gonna.
he's talking about reducing the general levy.
Well, that's what I don't want to see, because where is that coming out here?
I agree.
Okay.
We haven't got that.
We,
far.
that's the part of the discussion we haven't had yet. We really haven't gotten into the
Okay.
nitty gritty of the bigger part of the budget. We're just looking at the add-ons. We haven't looked at the whole.
Okay,
And this is the problem that I've always had with this process. It's not how we do it in the private sector, but we have to do it in public office, apparently, because this is how we do it. But it's really upside down. We should be, for a max tax, we should be having a more global discussion
I like-
and giving direction to staff in June to try and hit a number. And they've asked for it. We're not giving it to them. So now we are faced with this kind of discussion where we're looking at the add-ons, but we're not looking at the rest of the
yeah,
puzzle.
well, I'm looking at the rest of the stuff here.
First of all,
Bill.
I'm sorry if I gave you a hard time earlier. I, in part like the way you're thinking, but I will tell you this. If staff magically could find 0.4% to take off the general levy, I would not commit it to the EDA. I would just, my position is, when it comes time to vote for the levy, I would vote for a lower
Right.
levy. So don't assume, because, and you, I know you're not, because you also in the past have voted for the max tax and voted against the budget.
Mhm.
So, so don't.
The process sort of forces that sometimes,
Right,
but that's
no,
not what I
no,
wanted.
I
In the
agree.
end,
No, I understand.
you
I'm
know,
just saying,
if by
don't.
the end game, the December vote, if I don't get what I want, then I can't vote for it.
But again, I'm just
I mean,
saying,
not
don't
what I
assume,
want, but
because I said
what I believe in.
3.6.
Okay.
If you did find a way to reduce the general levy.
Right.
That I would allocate it to the EDA, I would more likely vote to.
So
I'm
your
gonna
position
go-
with my proposal would be against it, because what I'm saying is put 3 a millisecond or
0.3.
a fraction
I didn't-
into the
I
levy.
didn't say that. If
and
they could
3.2.
find the reduction, I'll just vote for a lower levy.
Well, and
Right.
that's a problem when we don't understand what that reduction is going to be in the 3.4 on the general fund. That's a problem for me right now.
That could happen, actually, and that'd be all right. Yeah.
Heather,
Madam Mayor and members of the council, as we have in past years, we tend to, when we present as individual departments, we will again bring you the efficiencies and reductions that we've made internally. Because,
Yeah.
you know, we are continuing to do that. You just heard Steve talk about, Mr.
Yeah.
Albrecht talked about a
Yeah.
couple of them. And so, we have done that in the past. We
Yeah.
will continue to, it's an ongoing part of our operations. If we have a vacancy, we look at that. We determine
Yeah.
if that's in the right spot. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. We look at, is it full-time, is it part-time? So we do that as a course of business here, and we will highlight those as part of the budget presentations, like we have in previous years.
okay. We're getting to 10 o'clock and we still have a lot of work to do.
We have another hour before we have to adjourn.
Yeah, and we still, so,
I'm joking, of
staff,
course.
I understand we're at 3.6. There is no consensus around the EDA, the separating out. Unless I hear.
Did we
Well,
hear the,
is everybody, do you want to
positions on that?
separate it out, or what do you want to do? No. Dan?
No.
Okay. I know.
you don't want to put any more in
No.
EDA?
I do want to put more in
Yeah.
EDA, but I don't want to do it that way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would do it by raising the max a little bit higher, and then we can work through it.
Yeah.
But if we automatically just give them that big cut right from the beginning, that we're already
I like things
tackling
really open and transparent, and everybody understands, so you're saying 3.6. So staff, I think you understand 3.6, that's where we're going. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute
said
break.
I did.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and come back because the next one is Steve's. And that's. can you knock on them and tell them that we're on?
Hello.
Yeah. well,
I did
they-
not go 29 and a half minutes.
Okay, we're on. Okay,
We have what?
we reconvened, and the next item is the 2018-2022 Capital Improvement Program discussion. Steve Albrecht, our Public Works Director.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, based on the last discussion, maybe it's an answer is no on all these items and we can go to the end. I'm just joking, no. What we have tonight is a preliminary phase of our capital improvement program. As the
Yeah.
council's aware, and for the public, we have a very detailed capital improvement program, and it's based on 20-year financial plans for all our areas of capital improvements. However, annually, we have projects or items that come up that are not part of that capital improvement program, and it has been our practice in August at the very beginning to have a discussion on those items to determine if they're items that the council wants included in the draft capital improvement program that will come to you later this fall, or if they're items you're not interested in, or if they're items that we need additional work on. And so that's what we're here tonight. We've got 4 topics that we're going to talk about tonight. The first of which will be the Southwest Burnsville streets. We'll talk about banners, which were referenced in our last presentation. We touched on briefly recycling in the parks, which will be referenced. And then we'll talk a little bit about pedestrian bridge that's been in our
Been there
plans
for a
for many
long
years,
time.
and so we'll revisit that topic.
Yeah.
The first one is Southwest Burnsville streets. And so when we say Southwest Burnsville streets, some people don't know what that means. That's essentially the area of Southwest Burnsville that's west of I'd say the railroad
Rural.
tracks that are west of County Road 5, and for the most part west of Judicial, although some portions are east of Judicial, and then south of 150th essentially. So on this map, we've got some streets that are highlighted in different colors. Those that are in green and blue are streets that are paved, but they're paved to what we call a rural section. They don't have curb and gutter. The residents there paid a 100% assessment years ago just to have the streets paved. They didn't fix the
Yeah.
subgrade or anything. They just
None.
paved them to make them passable. Then we have some areas left in red, which are gravel roads still. So we still have a portion of gravel streets. Back in 2011, the city updated a policy for Southwest Burnsville that basically indicated that for street improvements in that area, unless the street had been improved to a curb and gutter or our current urban standard in the rest of the city, it isn't eligible to be part of the city's replacement program, meaning we don't do overlays on it, we don't do mill rehabs or reconstruction programs that the residents have to pay 100% cost to get it to that level before the city would put it in the program, and that city staff is basically restricted to patching potholes and
Yeah.
things of that nature or
They
regrading the
didn't
gravel.
want it, Steve.
Yep. And so that policy was adopted back in 2011. And where we're at today is we're at a bit of a crossroads. We're at a point where the paved streets are falling apart to the point where operating budget is going to start creeping up significantly in this area, and we're going to end up repaving portions of these streets just to keep them safe and passable. And in the gravel areas, a little different situation there. And we're not quite as concerned about those gravel areas. We can still maintain those. The big cost issue for that area is the cost of upgrading streets when you have such large lots in that area to an urban section.
Yeah.
Those are not supportable assessments. From a city standpoint, even if we were to go forward with a project like that, you'd be talking $20,000 to $30,000 street assessments,
Yeah.
which aren't workable.
Yeah, they won't
And
pay
so,
it.
but by state law, we need to be able to prove benefit. It would be difficult for us to prove
Sure.
benefit of an assessment, so we
Sure.
wouldn't go down that path anyway. But where we're at as a city, we've had some, as directed by the council last January, we held a Southwest Burnsville comprehensive plan meeting, and we also addressed streets at that meeting. And by more than a 2-to-1 margin, we had residents who were interested in at least opening up the conversation and saying, what can we do in this area? And I think a big part of the conversation is we do need to recognize that these streets in this area may not be meant to be urban type streets. They may be more of a rural paved street. And if that's the case, we should probably evaluate our policy with the residents to see if there are ways that they still are going to pay their fair share, but that we recognize that in that area, until there's redevelopment or there's smaller lots, having an urban section may not be the right solution for the residents of that area. And so that's really where we're at with the discussion. The only thing that's been done to date is we did talk to the residents. An overwhelming number of the residents were interested in furthering this discussion because they're concerned what's happening to our streets. We pay the same taxes into the ITF and other things that other residents do in the city. We'd like to see some reinvestment in our roads. They understand the policies in place. So their first step is they'd like the city to reconsider the policy, taking into consideration the uniqueness of that area and the fact that we may not see that redevelopment occur in the life of these streets, and maybe that's something we need to look at. And so the point we're at right now with these streets, we need to make some decisions. And tonight this is not a spending decision for the council for 2018. This is a direction on whether we want to go any further or if we want to leave our policy alone.
I would say have the conversations and what the impact would be for them in terms of their cost. Because we don't know that,
Yep.
but I do remember they're the ones who came up with this policy and we adopted it.
I wasn't here, so I couldn't
Yeah.
speak to that
Oh,
policy.
they did not want, they did not want.
And so the council understands where we're at is we will end up repaving their streets with no payment from those residents at some point because we
Well,
will have and I don't think that as a city
that's-
is the right route for us to go either.
no,
So
it's
that's
not
why
the
we're
right
revisiting.
route.
So that's why staff is feeling that this isn't a policy we want to head to. And so I completely respect that position. The problem is we have paved streets and we do at some point have to do maintenance or have liability
Well, we
related to
have
those
to
streets.
find out what
Yep.
they're going to pay into
Yep,
it.
we do, but the policy as written right now doesn't allow us to even investigate that. It says unless they're willing to do the full upgrade to urban section, which we know isn't going to happen, we
Yeah.
can't have that discussion. And so what staff's asking is the council at least interested in, number one, looking at the current policy and updating it to be more practical to
I'm
that.
willing to
Okay.
look at the current policy.
And
And
so
then-
what that would entail then is staff would draft a policy update. We would have some meetings with the residents. We would look at what their cost shares would be.
Yeah.
It would be a little different than our current one. We wouldn't say the percentages would probably be the same. What I would say to the council is I think we might think of this area as a little different area from a street improvement. We may have the same streets but without curb and gutter, things of
Yeah.
that nature that fit that area. So what staff would do then is we would over the winter have some additional meetings with those areas, residents that live on those streets. We would come up with some concepts streetwise and payment-wise,
Yeah.
and then we bring those back to the council early next
Okay.
year for discussion.
Sure.
And if you decided at that time that isn't something you're interested in, we certainly could go that direction. And this would be something that would be part of the 2018, 2019 budget process
Yeah.
and not for the 2018 budget.
Yeah.
So we're looking for feedback from the council on those two
Sure.
questions.
I think it makes sense for us to look at updating that but having that discussion with the residents. Jenny, remember, what is that development we had back out there in, what is it called?
The more recent one,
Yeah.
Madam
in-
Mayor, Forest Park Heights.
Yeah, Forest Park.
Nice development.
Those are long meetings with all of those residents, and there were some scary times with some of them.
Oh, and Madam Mayor, the Orchard Gardens Golf Course, but
Yeah.
that has city sewer and water.
Yeah,
but those-
the,
that was
the
another
Orchard
one.
Garden wasn't too bad because they had sewer and water. The Forest Park one, because we had neighbors fighting each other, then they're fighting each other in here, and we didn't know whether they were going to,
Brothers fighting each other.
oh, that's right, brothers fighting each other.
So consensus to follow these steps,
Yeah.
bring something back to you, a work
Yeah.
session next year.
Yeah.
then- Okay.
Moving
Moving on to our-
everybody? Is that okay?
Thanks.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's
Okay.
consensus.
We'll move on to the banner discussion. And so to set the stage for banners, you'll recall back earlier this year, we talked about street banners and specifically a banner that would go across Nicollet. As part of that discussion, a couple things came out of that. One was, can we look in the Nicollet area to see if there are other option locations potentially for that banner to give us a little flexibility? The difficult issue for us on Nicollet with this type of banner is the width of the street with 4 lanes and a median, and also the nature of our buildings down there. Our buildings, we don't have buildings that line up with each other across, so it isn't the same as a somewhat traditional downtown where you have 2 buildings where you could connect to. So it's presented a little bit of unique challenges. And so you'll recall at that time, the $48,000 per location, that included the actual banners. I understand that we would look for the partners to pay for the banners, but the infrastructure would still be a $40,000+ cost to put the posts in. And part of the issue is not just the posts. In this part of the city, we have an immense amount of utilities, and every location
Yeah.
requires some utility modifications, which is why that price is a little higher than you might think traditionally. So that was the option we looked at about 2 months ago. We did identify one additional location, would be north of Travelers Trail, where there is a potential new building going in on that northeast corner. We would have to work with that property owner to develop some kind of attachment to that building or location for a pole on their property. We think that's probably feasible. And then we would locate another pole near the Orange Line station, and you could put a banner in that location. That's really the only other location, at least in that stretch of Nicollet, that allows us to do that, meets our site distances and such. And so that was option number one. We also at that meeting discussed, are there other options that might be good alternatives or not? And so we looked at a couple of other options. One was utilizing our existing traffic signals. Well, as we delved into this, one of the issues we have is MnDOT or the county both have ownership in 2/3 of our signals. And so they won't permit that type of banner on their signals. And their signals are the ones on the highest volume roadways, with the exception of some of the Burnsville Parkway, Nicollet, and some of the city signals along Burnsville Parkway. And so, number one, it didn't seem that we would get maybe the exposure we were hoping. And number two, when we started looking at how those would mock up, the banners become very high up on the pole and don't seem, they're not naturally in your line of sight. And so it didn't seem to be maybe the best option for marketing. Even though it's the cheapest, it really didn't seem to provide a very good option to reach the council's goals of being able to market events and such. So I would note that, we'll talk about in a second, there is a modification to this option where we do have existing street lights that are taller in the 42 area. There is the option of putting arms on those in some cases potentially, and that is kind of a hybrid of this option. And so you'll see in this option 3 on the far left side, light poles with large banners are very common.
Yeah, bannerets,
and
Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Also, and when we say bannerets, these are 3 by 6 foot bannerets.
Yeah.
Those are big.
They're big
Partly,
bannerets
you know, so-
in Minneapolis and St.
You
Paul,
can do
that's
them
what
with
they have.
median ones that are just the pole itself, and the pole itself is actually the same pole as a streetlight
Yeah.
pole. It just doesn't have a streetlight on it, which drives the cost down significantly. And if we have a light, like I said, in 42 area, we do have some busy road
That's-
areas with
and we
lights where
have
we
those-
could put those on that, and that would be much less expensive. So that would be option 3. The $6,000, that's for a standalone pole and the 2 6-foot banners that would go with it. So it would be less than that if you're charging back to the whoever's
I would
advertising
say,
on those.
because I've talked to some of the folks in Minneapolis and St. Paul, the event people pay for those banners.
And that would be, I think, what the council would, so
yeah.
this option would probably be closer to $5,000 for a new pole,
Yeah.
and then on the ones that are existing, it's about $1,200 to put the bracket arms if we have an existing pole, so.
So is it, just to clarify, is it about $1,000 per side?
It's
Including
about
the banner
$500
and the
bucks
arms?
per side for the,
500.
no, for the
Oh.
banner itself is about for these banners, the 3 by 6 foot banners, they're just under $500 a piece for the banners. So if you have 2 of them, that's $1,000 a banner cost. Then the pole itself for installation and the pole is another $5,000.
So if there's an existing light pole, it's
Then it's just
$1,000,
the
and that
arm-
could be
the
up to
arms
the,
plus, yeah, so there's some
Right.
brackets and arms that have to be bought and installed.
Okay.
So based on those 3 options, does the council want to pursue banners? And one thing staff would like to
Bannerets.
input, bannerets.
Bannerets,
If
not
you
a
do pursue
banner.
this, we think that
Bannerets,
option
the
3
small-
provides a better exposure to the public. And the reason we think that is, while Nicollet is a great roadway, it only has 16,000 cars
That's
a day
right.
on it. And the bannerets would allow us to do this in multiple areas of the city
That's
over
right.
time if you decided
That's
to.
right. Yep.
And you would expose yourself to hundreds of thousands of cars a day potentially
right.
for the same,
Yeah.
for much less money. And so
And
that's why
that's-
staff was
yeah.
pursuing that option 3. And more so that while we completely support that small town neat feel of an over street banner, unfortunately our Nicollet doesn't provide us maybe that opportunity to provide that just because of the width of the roadway and the way the buildings line up. It doesn't
Yeah.
give you that same feel necessarily.
Well, for me, we're a metropolitan city. We may want to say that for this thing that we want to be a small town feel, but what is our identity and what is our brand? And when we're going to market ourselves, are we marketing ourselves as a city? And bannerets are what you see in urban cities, and they're very attractive, St. Paul had an event and they had bannerets all over and it looks good. And you can have it in multiple locations and not just one. So the other is that I would say that we don't pay for the bannerets. Right now, the Community Foundation pays for the banners for the, yeah, for the snowflakes and the snowflakes. So I would suggest to the members of the council that the event pays for those bannerets. And that, because the asset that it's going to be on is ours, that we have to put it up. Don't we put up the flags and?
Yes, we take care of that.
Yeah, then, yeah,
It's a
so,
fairly small cost. They're not taken up and down that frequently, and we have the bucket truck and the equipment to do it, so.
yeah. So bannerets make sense to me, but others don't, yeah.
I like the bannerets too. Last time you showed us that banneret, I think just get more bang for the dollar. We can get more heirs of the city
Yeah.
and for a lot less money, and I think they're really attractive and
Yeah.
kind of feels well for the city.
Bill?
Really feels good to agree with my two council members.
I knew we'd find one.
Yeah, well, the bannerets, okay. Kara? Yeah, it's not going to increase the levy.
Exactly, so,
Other people are going to pay for their banners.
So I would correct, the poles will have a cost, and
Poles
that'll
will have
actually
a
be
cost,
the
or the
next
brackets.
question.
Yeah, the
Yep,
brackets.
yep.
Yeah, because you're not going to be putting up new poles.
Should the levy
Well,
pass?
we can only, it depends on where you wanna
One-time
put them. I think that's the second question. Number one, if you wanna
No,
proceed the
only
bannerets, then it's
existing
how many do you
poles.
wanna do and where do you
Only,
wanna do them?
only existing poles.
Okay, well, that limits us to Burnhaven Drive,
Yeah, no, we
pretty
gotta,
much.
we're gonna have to
So
put
that's the
some
only place
poles in.
that's in city right
And
of way.
South Cross. You have some
Yeah, I
lamps
guess
on
I
South
would,
Cross.
I would argue that the traffic volumes may not be a place that you wanna
Yeah,
put
South
them.
Cross
Just-
is not a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I
Major.
mean, if you're gonna place them in different parts of the city, Burnhaven is one.
That's a good one.
What do we have on 42? I'll
But we
come back
can't
to
be
you,
in the
Bill.
we can't have these within the county's right of way, so.
That's right,
They have to
okay.
be within street right of way, and that's
Yeah.
why
Burnhaven is
for
ours.
us, we would have to put, that's why we would have to put our own pole within our median, immediately adjacent to 42 or the others.
Yeah.
And that's why we would have the pole cost if we wanted to do a
Okay.
trial one.
Yeah,
It's just curious, is this something we could investigate to task the community foundation with looking at?
oh,
No, I'm just asking.
We're
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
asking.
I really don't know.
We're lions?
They're busy, no. We're busy.
Wow. Right now.
Well,
just
the thing is,
You
it's.
speak on behalf of the entire, no,
I'm
kidding.
just,
No, but the
just
thing is,
asking.
I don't know, we're gonna have to ask them.
Yeah, we
I'm
just
just
asked.
curious.
Yeah, but the
That's all
other
it is.
thing is that, for me, if the fire muster wants a banner, then the fire muster
I'm just-
raises the money.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Because, you know, you go to the,
Yeah, I'm just-
Burnsville Community Foundation, they're trying to raise money
I know,
for
I just-
other
I
things.
just asked your opinion,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah,
Might I suggest for the council that we do one trial one at Burnhaven and 42 on the existing poles?
Yeah.
To see if we like that, and that you allow us to use, we have a stock of our existing poles that we keep for knockdowns, and that we could install an existing pole in a location without a light on it, so it's cheaper for the city, and then we could, through that, we'd be able to subsidize the costs significantly, and just would have our installation costs for that pole.
we could see how we like
We could see whether you liked it,
Okay.
and then you could decide whether, and what we would do is, before we put a location in, we'd maybe give the council some option locations of where you'd
Yeah.
like to do that one trial.
Yeah.
And I think that would make sense,
Yeah.
to do that.
because I know where we put up all of our decorative lighting.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, one of the medallions on South Cross is gone. Did
Somebody
you
steal
notice
it?
that?
No, I
I
didn't.
noticed it.
But we do have decorative poles in stock
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
from all around the city to replace knockdowns, and
Yeah.
that would be a low budget option that would allow you to evaluate without expending a good deal of capital.
We have
Okay.
a ribbon cutting for the
Yeah.
first
So
pole.
just
Bill?
to be different tonight, I'd actually be for that, so.
The cost is low. and
But
the
you weren't very
bannerets-
serious
I've-
that time.
I've always said the
The
bannerets
later
from the
meeting
beginning.
goes, the more agreeable
The
it
banner,
becomes.
bannerets from the beginning, and
You're
makes
not being
sense.
very serious now.
Yeah.
You're laughing.
Okay.
Okay, we will move forward with that.
Yeah, you got
Okay.
consensus on it.
Do I
Recycling
get,
and
do I get a
parks.
say in this?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, on the bannerets? I thought, yeah,
You never asked me.
okay,
I realize that
Dan, there were a consensus of 4,
gonna
but
say
you can
anything.
surely give your opinion on the bannerets. You still want the bannerets or not?
Yes, but because of the traffic and the exposure, which is the whole point in the first place.
Yeah.
And we believe that Nicollet was a very busy road. It is, but it's not as busy as 42 and some other areas. So when we put a pole off of 42 on our street, you still get 42 visibility.
I would recommend 42 and Nicollet. We have
Yeah,
median,
absolutely.
city
Yeah.
street median. That 48,000
That's-
cars a day go through that intersection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I would say probably on the north side there, right in that first part, that's where the majority of the traffic turns
Yeah.
on to
Yep.
Nicollet. As you're
Absolutely.
sitting at that
Yeah.
signal, that would be, the median's wide enough there on city right of way.
Yeah.
And there's no other pole, so
Yeah.
we can match it. It wouldn't look forced in that location or anything of that nature. So that's what I would
That's good.
recommend. And we'll certainly check in with the council before we do that with some mock-ups, so you know what it's gonna look up. But-
I realize that that's probably not what you wanted, Madam Mayor, that you really wanted to see that I love Burnsville out your deck window to the north
I was hoping
toward
for a
13.
tour deck.
Yeah, yeah. Hanging from my balcony.
love
Yeah, hanging from my
I'm
balcony.
gonna take a picture of
Yeah.
your deck and I'm gonna mock up a
Yeah.
banner and hang it on your
Hang
deck.
it on my
I love
balcony.
Burnsville.
Yeah.
To dry
Because you do.
Yeah,
We all do,
I do.
obviously, but
Yeah.
that's a special one for
Yeah.
you.
Well, then I will proceed to the next topic, which is recycling in parks. This is not a new topic. The city has been investigating recycling for many years. And I think staff last year, as part of our reorganization, we brought our groups together, they were determined that, you know what, this is with being a step 5 green step city.
Yeah.
Putting the commitment that we do, the fact that we don't recycle in our parks is probably something that really needed to be evaluated. Council's brought it up the last couple of years, but budget was what really stood in the way to that. We were talking well over $100,000 to make that happen. But that was originally looking at recycling in all of our parks.
Yeah.
So the city completed a pilot study of a couple of parks a couple of years ago, and utilizing that information determined that we can hit 80% of our recycling, or we can hit 80% of what could be recycled by keying in on 22 parks in the city and not launching this program in all our parks. And that is important because we have 76 parks. When you start having to do needless trips to 76 parks and buying equipment where you're going to get very little recycling, it's just not worth it. And part of that evaluation, just to let people know how that was done, is we collect garbage in all those parks. We know the garbage is where the recycling goes right now. So we did surveys of how much recycling was in the garbage at the different parks, and that's how we were able to determine, look, we're not going to get much bang for our buck in these parks, but these parks, there's a lot of recycling material going into the trash. And so that was the basis. We identified these 22 parks, which are essentially our community parks and our highest use parks, as our locations to install recycling containers and then run a recycling route to those parks. This was presented to the PNRC, and I'll qualify it. The PNRC didn't take a formal action. They recommended that this come forward to the council
Yeah.
because it's not within their responsibility to approve an expansion, but this was what they supported as an option last fall. And so based on that, we pulled the numbers together for that, but I also wanted to make sure that we checked in on, the council had mentioned, let's look, because there are some great technologies out there
Yeah.
that may
Like the
make
Big
things more
Belly
efficient.
stuff.
We're just not a big enough city, and because we don't actually have any recycling going
Yeah.
on, there's not much savings to be had right now because we don't have any trucks. So we have to have one truck. The big cities that utilize the Wi-Fi enabled
Yeah.
smart cans,
Yeah.
they see that in savings in staff reductions because they don't have to do as many trips. They can have
Yeah.
less staff, less vehicles.
Yeah.
Garbage trucks in big cities are expensive. And so that's where the savings are. In a small town, which Burnsville is by comparison to Philly and Pittsburgh and New York and other places that are reaping benefits from those smart Wi-Fi, there just weren't the savings that we would see. And so we ran an analysis. We would recommend going with the PNRC's option, which is spending capital money on buying the containers, the recycling truck, and that's a fancy name for a pickup truck that's equipped for recycling. So it's not a big fancy garbage truck. And then we have annual operating expenses, which include the materials for the recycling, and then also the staff time. We use part-time staff for that. We essentially will be shifting the staff. There's about 8 months of the year where we would be doing this route pretty much dedicated, and then during the winter, it would be our garbage route would be cover both routes because we don't have the demand in the parks from a garbage standpoint that we need to have just a garbage collection person and just an recycling person. And so that 18,200 is an annual operating expense that would be part of that. Again, the 15-year cost of the program, that was calculated so that we could look at comparing that Wi-Fi investment option to this, because that option is a long-term option. You need to look at what the payback is, and so that's why we included that. And so with that, we have a couple of questions again for the council. The first of which is, does the council want to pursue recycling in the parks for 2018 with the budget?
I haven't changed my position since I brought it up years ago. Yes.
That has an impact on the 3.6?
Depending on your funding options, it may or may not.
Well, because we looked at the sustainability fund,
Right, we
right?
were-
The restricted fund.
So, we were proposing, to do the one-time costs for sure out of that.
Yeah.
It was optional whether we can fit the 18.2 into the general fund or, run that out of the sustainability, and we,
Yeah, because this is
prefer to-
more, I mean, the numbers that you put up, Steve, is more, the 334.
Well, they're the same numbers that Kelly's presentation had. It's just that the 334 is the 15-year total of those costs. So
yeah.
the truck needs to be replaced in 15 years, and so do the receptacles. That's
Yeah.
why it's a 15-year
And then we
program.
have the seasonal.
Yep, the seasonal's an annual cost
yeah,
along
18.
with the bags and materials and equipment
Yeah.
and things like that related to
So
recycling.
that was in this, was that in the six, that was in this, in the 3.6? Because it's in the sustainable, it's coming out of the restricted, those two pieces.
Madam Mayor, I think
Yeah.
what we would, if you do it in the restricted fund in the first year, we would then probably roll the operating costs into the general fund
Yeah.
for the 2019 and on.
Yeah,
so
that's
that
what
we
I'm
don't-
trying to make sure, because I think we need to do it. But I just want to make sure.
It would also allow us a year of experience.
Yeah.
To know maybe we can
Yeah.
be more efficient with how we
Yeah.
collect. Because we
Yeah.
do have a dedicated garbage route,
Yeah.
and part of it'll be how much can we leverage our dedicated garbage route person to do this, and then reduce the amount of time spent just on recycling with an individual
Yeah.
working on that. So
No, we
that
need
gives
it.
us a little flexibility if you want to phase it in 2019, that out of the sustainability fund.
Okay, Kara, you're good with recycling? Okay.
And yes, to fund it out
Then-
of
I
the.
thought it was a good idea the first time.
Yeah, it is, it's something we need to do. And
that's the
our
appropriate
residents,
place.
yeah.
Exactly.
I like the idea that at least we're gonna take a year funded out of the restricted.
Sustainable,
Yeah.
right.
And if, we'll look, I mean, next year budget
Yeah.
might look better.
Yeah.
Based on what happens for the luxury apartments, everything else,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yep.
And then.
Yeah, that'll
look
be
at
a
it.
long time coming.
Well,
But it makes sense
if
to
it's-
fund it out of the
If it's in the goal,
sustainability,
you know, at least
at
we
least
know
the
it's
first year.
coming.
Okay,
Beyond
yeah,
that.
so everybody says yes?
Okay, moving on to our,
Thank you. 22 parks is awesome.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
it'd be
that's-
good. We should be doing it, and it's
Yeah.
time.
And it's interesting to note, and that's never been presented, that that's actually going to capture 80% of all the city's recycling out of 77 parks in these 22 very high-traffic parks.
Yeah,
And that's thanks to our our sustainability staff, our
Yeah.
DVR staff. We joke because they do dumpster dives, but they are very good at establishing where you're gonna get organics recycling, where you're
Yeah.
gonna get the bang for the buck. That's a big part of what they do. So they don't
And they-
want us recycling where we're not gonna get any, so.
yeah. And you know what? I love the fact that they really worked that sustainability plan that we adopted.
Yep.
Because that's how we've gotten to step 5. Now they have to put another step in there for us.
Okay, Nicollet Avenue, 13 pedestrian bridge. So this is something that's been around
Oh
since
my
long
God.
before I came
Since-
to the city.
yes. When
And the basis for it, just
HOC.
to make everybody be aware, this would be at the Nicollet and 13 intersection. Why now, I think is one of the questions. We've talked about it in the past. Why has this come up again?
Capacity of riders from the
So-
heart of the city.
So what we've got a couple of different dynamics happening now. Number one, since last time we spoke, the Orange Line is funded and is happening.
Yeah.
That's not going away. Back,
Did it get all the Fed funds?
it's
as
gotten
well?
all of its money.
Yeah.
Yes, it got its bonding money, everything. So
Yeah.
it's on the
Okay.
construction schedule and everything. So
Yeah.
by the end of 2020, that should be operational is the
Yeah.
goal. The Orange Line itself is being constructed in the 35 corridor, has already started,
Mm-hmm.
but our station won't be fully functional till 2020, so.
Didn't we just hear at I-35 that the Fed funds weren't actually 100% done yet?
They
For
are,
the Orange
they
Line?
are
No,
for the
the
bridge.
Fed funds are there,
For the,
It's
for the
our
Orange
match.
Line, they're fully funded, so.
yeah.
Yeah, we were-
They're doing the bridge next year, they're gonna start.
No, I know the
breaking it down
35
and
bridge is done, but the Orange Line was, there
The
was.
Orange Line issue was CTIB, the dissolution of
Yeah.
CTIB, there had to be an agreement
Yeah.
between the counties
And they
and Metro
did.
Transit, and so Hennepin and Dakota had to come up with a cost-sharing
Yeah.
agreement on,
Right.
and that has been funded, and
And
they've
they did
guaranteed
it.
the funding, so they're moving to construction phase on it.
County
Yeah.
just got their big check too.
Well, I did hear that at
Yeah.
I-35, but I also heard the Fed funds were not 100% secured for that project. I believe you, because
Oh, it's
I
secured.
want somebody, no, that's what
Well,
everyone thinks.
there may be some paperwork phases still, but the money is committed to the project.
I think
and
it's
so-
caught up in the transportation.
Well,
debate
the
right now.
Transportation Act until it's released, but it's included, the funding is included, so it's not, I don't believe
just
there's any
not
concern about any jeopardy of the federal
Authorized,
money.
right, yeah, it's not authorized, but it's in the bill, but so they're just saying, yes, it is, but no, it's
When
not.
we were there, MinDOT talked to me about this pedestrian bridge too, because they're kind of maybe looking at moving it up if they can as well, so.
Good.
So,
Sorry, I just wanted
so,
to-
nope, that's fine, and that's the way a lot of times the federal money, just so everybody's aware, the federal money oftentimes, it's an annual thing to get authorized,
Yep.
and so while you may have the funds allocated, you may not see them until, and we've had to have times where MinDOT has fronted money, or Hennepin County has fronted money to make things happen until either federal or state legislature weighs in and gets things done, so. So obviously, there's an existing issue there with 7 lanes of traffic to cross. We have the MVTA station, current BTS station, which 30% of all MTA trips go through that station.
Yeah.
So for MVTA, it is far and away their bell cow for ridership. They have. They're looking at, with the Orange Line, we're talking, and I'll talk about it in a second, about 4,000 riders a day once Orange Line comes on and online will be going
Yeah.
through that station and Orange Line. That's a lot of riders coming to that location. So that is something that's obviously driving this. The Orange Line, that's a picture of what the Orange Line station is. It's a pretty basic station. But again, we've got traffic volumes. The road is an impediment, obviously. We've got 35,000 cars a day on 13, another 16,000 on Nicollet, with 7 lanes of traffic. And so it is an impediment for anyone on either side. Once
Try
the
and
Orange
cross.
Line is in, the complementary service of the Orange Line is you build off of the express service coming from MVTA,
Yeah.
from that station, and then they also offer 7-day-a-week service out of that station now. The Orange Line will give that all-day service component. So what we will have is we'll have an increased number of people. We think they may go in on Express, but come back on Orange Line a different time of the day because they're not stuck waiting for just one service. And so we'll also, I think our Nicollet Commons Park is only going to be more popular when people can reach it in the middle of the day in the summertime through the bus station too. So we believe we're going to see a big ridership, and having the 2 stations kitty corner from each other, there's going to be a need for pedestrian cross traffic in that location. The other thing that we have is, with pending development in the heart of the city, at some point, we're going to have even more potential users of that type of mode of transportation. We're seeing that as a desirable thing for the type of users that are targeted by the buildings that are being suggested in the heart of the city and other places. I touched on, we'll be pushing 4,000 riders per day. That's a significant amount of riders that'll be in the heart of the city at both stations. So based on that, we wanted to at least take a quick look. Pedestrian bridge, obviously, you're talking some kind of overpass type bridge. Pedestrian tunnel is another option, which would go underneath. They both have their pros and cons. And so based on that, we have a range of options. And tonight, you're not making a decision tonight on an option.
No.
We're just reeling this out to you because we'll talk about it in a second. In order for the city to go after federal funding, we do have to have a placeholder in our
That's right.
CIP for the project.
Yeah.
And so the estimated cost options, depending on the type of facility, would be between 2.8 and 4.1 million. Again, no decision being made tonight on that, just a decision on whether you think this is something we should pursue or not. The estimated city cost share at the most expensive option is about $750,000. Now, that is a lot, But compared to the options
Yeah.
in previous years where the city was footing 100% of the local match,
Yeah.
that's significantly down. We were talking $1.5 million
Yeah.
for the city's commitment last
Yeah.
time we brought
Yeah.
this up. So, and then the reason that has changed, just for our public, is now that we have the Orange Line there, Dakota County is part of
Yeah.
operating and running the Orange Line. And so that's a transit facility for Dakota County. They are also a member of MBTA.
Yeah.
And so they see a value both transit-wise, a connection, and then from a county standpoint, we've had a conversation about the park facilities that are to the north of 13, and 13 is an impediment, and this would be one way to start building north-south routes through the city of Burnsville, through the Nicollet corridor, to allow people to hit the trail system on the north side of 13, and then ultimately get to Cliff Fen Park, Black Dog Park, and work on some better options to get across Cliff Road in the future. And so that's why the county's at the table to discuss this with us. And so that's a big thing, because they have indicated that they would support, staff has indicated they would take to their board support of 50% of the local share, which would be them matching us dollar for dollar on the local share. And so, again, we're not making a decision, but I want to make the public clear why this is a much more desirable discussion for the city of Burnsville now than it was in the past. This would be for 2022 dollars at the earliest, so that's another part too. The station's going to be open in 2020. The federal funding cycle,
Yeah.
we're that far out on federal funds, would be 2022. But in order to get on the 2022-2023, an application would be needed next year for federal funding.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's just an application. So what we would be talking about tonight would be the council saying, put this in the draft CIP so we can see what that looks like in our long-term plan for this fall. And you still could make a decision this fall to pull this out if you said, you know what, I don't like what our long-term ITF funding, because this is eligible for state aid funds, can pay for our share of this. We will evaluate what does that do to our fund balance, and does that preclude us from some other state aid type projects that you might find more desirable. We can have that discussion at CIP time, but we want to know, is this something that you want shown in the plan so you can at least evaluate it later this fall as part of that. If you decide that it should stay in the plan this fall, then we could make application for federal funds next year. It'd be late next spring. Before that, we would have a work session with the council to talk about what the desired options would be. And there are really 4 options for this. The first of which is a fairly simple ramp bridge that would be on the east side. The cons to that is it only picks up one side. Pedestrians still have to walk across Nicollet, which is 16,000 cars a day, and what we might see is we might have Orange Line people trying to cross 13 right on their corner. So maybe not as desirable, but more affordable. The second option would be put the bridge on the west side of the intersection. The only real issue there, well, there's 2 issues. One, you'd have to cross Nicollet on the north side, much less traffic on the north side, so a little easier cross. The bad part to that is all of the pedestrian traffic, 99% of it right now, is actually on the east side. Crossing to
Yeah,
the north to
that's
the
where I see
MBTA, and that's where the trailhead is on that
Yeah,
side too.
that's where I see them.
MBTA just recently did pedestrian monitoring out there and determined 99%, nobody's walking and going over to that west side at all. So that's a down to that. The next option, which is the most expensive, but only about $1 million more than the other options, provides a ramp. It actually provides a bridge over Nicollet. Well, in the world of bridges, that's sorry, Councilmember Coughlin. This would actually give you a ramp and stair and bridge over Nicollet, and then over 13 from that point. It would give access through stairs and maybe a future ramp on the east side also that would allow the 3 busy corners to all be tied together with a pedestrian facility. So that's the pros to this. The con is that it's the most expensive of the 3 options. And so that's an option.
Steve, is this dropping right there by the solar garden?
So what we would have to do, part of the project includes relocating their sign and their solar panels, because all of the options landing in their corner have to use that corner.
I was thinking
So
that's
we've
right in
mentioned
there.
that MBTA staff is aware of that, but I think
Yeah.
they see the value of this far exceeds
Yeah.
the relocation of that, which
Yeah.
part of the project costs actually include relocating their
solar panel
garden
and their sign.
And their sign, so. And then the last option, we looked at a tunnel. The only place that a tunnel works is on the east side. And the cons of a tunnel, obviously, are tunnels are somewhat, I would call them crime magnets to a certain extent. We get a lot of undesirables that like to use the tunnels, and they can
Yeah,
cause some
yeah.
policing issues and such, but we can deal
can't
with
see
that.
'em.
That's not, the end of the world. The issue here is, the tunnel itself is maybe not any easier for some people than just crossing the roadway, and they will still have to cross Nicollet, but still something that can be considered. The reason it can only be on this side is there aren't any utilities under 13 on this side, so we can cross under 13 in this location, whereas on the west side, we have major water mains and infrastructure running under 13, so we couldn't put a tunnel there if we wanted to. And we couldn't cross under Nicollet with a tunnel because there's so much infrastructure in Nicollet that it's not feasible. So
Elizabeth?
Okay, Dan?
On number 3 there, is there access on the east side of Nicollet to that ramp? Or is
yes.
it? So you'd
Yes,
be able
there's
to-
this option shows a staircase
Yeah.
with an option to add another ramp there if you wanted
Okay.
to add an ADA
So
ramp.
both sides could get to it? then?
Yes, all 3 sides would be connected. So again, you're not making decisions. These would be the 3 types of options that we would dive into early next
What
year.
you need is for us to say, proceed, so that
Yep.
you can put the,
Can we
this
put it in the draft for you to look
draft.
at later this fall? Again, not
Yeah.
a commitment from the council, other than you
But
want
you
to see what
also
your
have
funding
to-
plan looks like.
You also have to submit an application.
Yes, that would be
That
next year.
tab-
Yep, this is the first step to that. So,
Yeah.
so this would be, again, we would put it in the plan. We would assume that it would be contingent on federal funding at its maximum amount, which is 80% of the
Yeah.
construction cost. And then a 50% cost share with the county would be the assumptions we would put in the plan.
Yeah.
It would allow you to evaluate our municipal state aid money that goes into the ITF can only be used for municipal state aid projects.
Yeah.
And so those are our collector roads, higher level county roads, state highways, those types of
highways,
projects. We do enough work in Burnsville that
Yeah.
it all is used for our road system. It can't be used for local streets.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect residential use because it can't be used for that. So, but Burnsville Parkway was used with state aid, Nicollet, those types of roadways have been
McAndrew.
redone with it. So we want you to have a clear picture of what does it do to your bigger road priorities, and how does it impact those before you, because it is $750,000, which is a lot of money that the city would be committing.
Yeah, in 2022.
So we're looking tonight, should we include this in the draft CIP for you later this fall for discussion? That's the first question.
I believe so. Kara?
Yeah, I wanna look at it and I want them to do that evaluation.
Okay.
I wanna see what that looks like.
Dan?
It's hard to look at this and not understand why this wasn't part of the Orange Line original design, because it's already a serious safety problem. And knowing that the Orange Line was gonna be a, tens of millions of dollars investment, why wasn't a pedestrian bridge part of the original design? So now we're gonna go a couple years, if we go forward with this, we'll go a couple years without any at where you have, parking,
Yeah.
bus transit stops on opposite corners of a very high traffic, high speed, dangerous crossing. It blows me away that it just never even came across the radar in all the discussions that I was exposed to, but I may have missed something back when
I
Bill
think
was
one
on
of the things, Dan,
MBTA, but,
is that-
can I finish?
Yeah.
If I may? But I just wanted to
Yeah.
I'm absolutely in agreement with it. It's something that I've been wanting, we've talked about for many years. When you watch somebody cross, and you noted that you watch a lot of people cross, they're taking, you can't help but feel like you're taking your life in your own hands, getting across 13. And so there's no question we've needed it. Now we have the ability to get it funded without a levy increase, but it takes away from other road projects. But thank goodness. But why wasn't it not part of the master plan for the Orange Line? I can't understand that.
And Steve probably has an answer, because that was all part of the discussion that went on in MBTA, and I believe the Orange Line folks. Steve?
If you'll recall, originally the Orange Line wanted to be at the Burnsville Transit Station.
That's
So they
right.
wanted to be in the same location. But the reality was there isn't room on that site for where MVTA is going to grow to and to accommodate that. And so that wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
So the option was to move it over here. They had already gotten so far down the line with their federal funding and their project scope that this was not something that was going to score well enough to allow to be included in the project. And so the Orange Line, even though they acknowledged that they thought it should be something, because of the way they had to shift from being at MBTA's site to their own site and scramble to stay on their schedule, that's why it wasn't included. So I think everybody felt it would have been a more desired option to do that. And so Again, we were really steering, not even having, unless Burnsville was going to come up with the whole match, this happening at all. Fortunately, the county, with the new sales tax money that they're looking at, is putting money into transit and has some new tools to bring to the table to help with transit improvements and transit corridors. And so the county approached us saying that this is a good project in their mind because of the benefit to both pieces of transit that the county supports. And so that's what moved it at this point. But again, the main reason was the way the project developed and the fact that Orange Line and MBTA's relationship, I think, to get a bridge built, it wasn't going to happen. And so it kind of slipped through the cracks, I think, as both are trying to provide high levels of service. And so they've come up with a model now. The problem is we have no connection, as you pointed out, for 2 years once this is built. So,
Bill?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be for going to the next step, but for the $750,000 one, not the extra $1 million one. And, you know, it did come up in the MBTA for the 2 years I was there, so.
Dan?
Yeah, we've been talking about this bridge for years, and just we couldn't afford it, so, absolutely. But I will say, you know, talking to John at MnDOT, they're well aware of this whole pedestrian bridge situation out here, and they're looking at it quite seriously.
Well, as long as I've been here, we've been working on pedestrian bridges, not only over here in Nicollet, but over on Diffley. And because of the school children crossing over. And we've never scored well. I think this will be the third time that we've gone over. We're going to be applying for federal grants for a bridge, but we'd score and then, but we've never made it very high. But perhaps now with the higher capacity and the Orange Line and everything else, that we'll probably score a little better. The other things that we'll have to work through, because some of the issues that came up in the past was also maintaining in the wintertime those bridges.
and that's a concern. We mentioned it in the background about what those operational costs are in the winter. And so that'll be part of that discussion later to the CIP, because there's always a tail with these things.
Absolutely.
In this case, it's a piece of infrastructure that's got a 50 to 75-year life, but it needs upkeep, and the city and county would have to share in that upkeep.
It's an asset, it's an asset that's going to be in our asset base.
Yep.
That's,
Definitely. Okay.
But
That's
I
all.
think it's needed.
That is all I had. Thank you. Council.
Okay, very good. And I think, everybody, that was the last part of, the, okay, now we go to roundtable, little libraries.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Scholes had requested a council discussion on behalf of residents of Villa Park Association who wanted to have little libraries in parks, and so specifically in Terrace Oaks Park. And so you would, council would need to amend the city code. We'd have to work out things like the maintenance and those types of issues, as well as, you know, the city attorney had some concerns about content. But we just need to know if you all would like us to bring this item back to you to amend it. And I would defer to Councilmember Scholes if she has additional comments.
Yeah, and I think, in talking with the residents too, they're willing to do the maintenance. They also understand if it wasn't maintained, it would be up to them to remove it. So looking at, you know, what funds would be expended, it would be extremely minimal on the city. I mean, we're really not going to be doing much with maintaining it or putting it in or removing it or anything like that. They're just looking at, would they be able to do that, to have the little free library in a park? So that's the question that is before us, is do we want to do that?
So, I've gone to 2 ribbon cuttings for these little libraries.
Yes.
And one is in a, there's quite a few that are on private property.
Yes. Yep.
And people take care of it, they build it, and it looks very nice. And there's one in South River Hills that's in their cul-de-sac. But they take care of it, and it's very nicely done. And so those are the ones that I've gone to for their little ribbon cutting, but they take care of it. Why do they not want it on their property?
I think they're looking at it as, they see it as something that they want in their park because they actually do use their community park and they want that available to everyone. That's kind of the information that they've given to me. Other cities do allow these little free libraries in their parks. So it's just whether we would like to do that as well.
I don't mind for a year seeing how they really take care of it.
Sure.
You know, and then it goes away, but I want to make sure that our attorney, I mean, content, yeah, somebody can go in and put stuff in, and they're going to replenish the books and everything.
Yeah,
I think
they're looking at
these
maintaining
are all of the things that we have to take a look at, because the ones that I've gone to, you know, the owners of the little libraries take very good care of them, and they tell me that it allows them to get to know their neighbors
Right.
and the children who come and look at the books, and they're very so. Okay, Dan, what do you think about little libraries in a park?
I don't have a problem with it. I think we don't really have any more information, but we need to get more. As we're going to ask staff to say, okay, let's dig a little deeper, find out, because isn't it just maintenance? Once they
Yeah.
put it in, and then do we become the obligators of maintaining the
Yeah.
display thing
Yeah.
or whatever?
No.
it is?
And I think
That's
the
what
obligation is-
staff is saying, that
yeah.
they can't maintain it, and I'm going to
Exactly.
go to Steve.
Yeah.
Our ordinance would be set up to allow a permit. They would get a permit for it. It would be placed. At the end of the day, if it wasn't maintained, it would take about 10 seconds for the city to remove it anyway. So I don't see it as a big cost obligation. It's really about making sure
Yeah,
it's in the
for-
right places, in the right parks, and that's why it would be permit driven, so.
No problem with it.
Yeah, for me, and we can monitor it. Bill?
And would the people have any objection if we did it for a year trial run?
You know, I think they're really amenable.
Great,
Yeah.
I'd certainly be for that.
Isn't
Yeah.
that kind of how they?
Let's
So
look
your
at it.
idea was a
spoke
good
to you
idea.
about this?
Yeah,
Very
let's
amenable?
look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Sampson and his wife were here earlier. I
Yeah.
warned them that it was gonna be a long night, so they decided to go home. But they've actually already built the little library. It's already built. We've seen pictures of it. It's very nice. It just, they live across the street and they wanna have it in that location, so.
And if they take care of it and make sure that the content is. It's a
Madam
good
Mayor,
one.
you put your
Yeah.
finger on the legal issue, which is you can't regulate the content, period. So,
Yeah.
They can.
Well,
They
they
can,
can,
right.
if they're going, if it's going to be their little.
Exactly.
So we can.
Yeah.
They can.
Yeah, they're putting it up, and then they need to take care of it.
Is there any?
Yeah, okay, and then we'll just monitor it. Steve, you're
Well,
good.
we'd bring forward to you an ordinance amendment that would allow it as a permitted use in the city parks.
Okay,
So we will contact the Sampsons and let them know that we'll be bringing something back to the council, and we'll let you know what the schedule is.
okay, very good. So members of the council, at the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual meeting, Mayor Bloomberg attended the meeting, and he put a $200 million challenge set aside for mayors, and that we can sign up and then have a project that they will send someone to help us look at the project. I signed us up, just like I signed us up for the intern from Harvard and all the other things that I do for the good of the city. So with this, Bloomberg is going to send a consultant. They're paying for everything to help us to go through this accelerator program, and then to I identified for them the Burnsville Shopping Center. It's one of our high priority of issues that we need to take a look at, and so that is the project. The other is that the shopping center that Bucas is located, I talked to the owner of that property. So rolling it all in, because that's another area that really needs some help. But this is a wonderful program. They're paying all of the expenses. There's nothing that, and I'm going to do the invitations. I will do a lot of the work. They will be here. We identify a room. This council chamber is available. I hold my CEO roundtables here, and so 15 people. And if every member of the council wants to be a part of it, we can notice the meeting, and then we will. And there are 10 other people, including the people who own the shopping center, Jennifer from the Chamber of Commerce, so that they're a part of it, the property owners, and I was thinking that perhaps a planner, so looking at all the different disciplines that are in the redevelopment and the retail industry to be a part of this exercise with us. Then we'll get a lot of different lenses that gives us something that looks at reimagining that property and everything else. So we can say to the property owners, here, we've done some of the first work, and if we are successful in, after we do this work and then apply for a grant, it's anywhere between $1 million and $5 million or more. And that can help us in a lot of different things. We're struggling with a lot of stuff. But there's money available for
That's
us
great.
to do some things. So this is something, they have identified September 11th as the date that they will be here. And so that's just, you know,
Monday.
if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
No, I'd love to be a part of it. I think it's a great grant opportunity that we shouldn't pass up. I think it's kind of consistent with, in a way, a little bit of what we've been doing, talking with the
Yeah.
owners of the mall. It's sort of, now it's
Yeah.
funded. Some options are, funding are coming in.
Okay. Bill?
Well, I'm not going to go into detail. We don't have enough time, but I completely disagree. I don't really like the way it was handled. I'm not going to go into detail. Believe me, I think Sears and the big players at the mall are a lot better qualified than anybody in this council. They can hire the best experts in the country and figure out what they want to do, and then approach the council with whatever their ideas. They don't, as far as I'm concerned, they don't, they're a lot wiser than I am. They're 4 major owners, major national players in the arena, so I'm not for it. I'm voting against it. It's supposed to take staff time. I've seriously researched this thing, and that's my conclusion. So I'll leave it at that.
Dan?
Well, I wish that the council as a whole had been more a part of identifying what issue we want to work on in the city. It's, I feel kind of sad that this is the first time I'm hearing that the mall is what's our big project, without talking about other things that we may possibly be able to do with this money. I do agree with Bill on the part that you got 4 major players out there that have money, and why are we putting money into that when they can put money in it? What we have to do is get out of their way and just say, what do you want to do? Come to us, we'll let you do it. And I think they can best kind of figure out what they want to do better than we can. Again, I agree with Bill on that. But for me, it's, and don't get me wrong, I'm not against going after grant funding for the city and getting things done for the city. I just wish that we would have operated a little more under our governance, and we'd have all been included in these discussions as we were going along. I mean, this thing was done in July, and I'm sitting in a meeting here now, just finding out about the details of it.
Okay, here's the thing. An opportunity presents itself. I go after it. So the thing is, if you don't like the project, they can look, we had to submit, I had to tell them what a project would be, or we wouldn't have this opportunity. So how we go about it, do I come back here? We would have lost the opportunity. The same way when I was at Harvard and signed up for an intern, and they pay for all of the expenses and everything for the intern. So do I come here and say, oh, I'm also going to go out and raise money for the Ames Center. I'm going to raise money for this. I don't understand.
I think if we'd have just heard a little bit more about it, I'm not saying I'm voting against it, Elizabeth, I just didn't like how the process worked in the whole thing.
Well,
I
I think
feel
then
like-
if
I
you
feel
want
like-
a
I
process,
feel
there
like we
was,
weren't told anything until just now.
well.
I've been asking
you were-
what the project is for the last week and a half, and nobody seems to know, so.
Well, why didn't you call me? Heather put that email out, and I signed us up in June. She was out of town, I was out of town, and then I talked to her about it when we had and then she told me that you and Bill have concerns and a process. We've never had a process. If there's opportunities, why, each and every one of us will have the opportunity to do something good for the city. And you know what? If you don't like, the shopping center is something that we're going to take a look. You're right, they have a better way of looking at doing this. But if we don't push this, we've been sitting with this for how many years? And it's, the time is ready, and it's a project that's replicable, so meaning that it would score well. But I don't know, do you have another place in the city that you want to look at?
I don't know. What I'm saying is I wish we'd have had a little discussion about it.
They're moving fast.
I would just have to say, Dan, I know you really well. You would have done the same thing the mayor did. You would have jumped all over free money and for economic development.
But I would have came back and called every one of you personally and said, this is what I've done, and this is what I'm trying to get done. I wouldn't have just waited until a month and a half later to have a meeting about it.
Well,
Why
it's
did
actually-
you-
when did that email go out? A couple weeks ago? Or
Yeah, about
there may have been
we
more
signed
delay
up for
than
July.
necessary, but it
You
doesn't
know what?
take
Signed
away
up for
from the
June.
spirit of
I
So,
signed
taking
up in
advantage of an
June.
opportunity.
So we've had a work session since it was signed up for, even.
And the deadline to sign up was August 18th by this Friday. And believe me, I see it
Madam
as
Mayor, do you need to make a motion to extend the mandatory adjournment time?
Oh, we,
No, do we need?
No, it's 11:30.
I apologize.
oh, I thought it was 11.
I thought it was 11 as well.
No. So, listen. Are you for this? It's costing us nothing.
I think we are all ready for it. We have already moved forward. That point is
Yeah.
moot.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
So the thing is, if there is a process, let's have a discussion. Because let me tell you, there has never been a process before, and nobody has objected to my bringing things and getting things done for this city.
I
So-
don't object to that. I object to the fact that we never got calls on it.
Well, then you could have called me when you received the email. It
Fair
goes
enough.
two ways, because I never had
That's
to
fair.
call anybody about
Absolutely.
things before.
But-
But if you want me to call you, I will
Still a
call
good
you.
idea. Yeah, it's still a good, but I agree. But it's still a good idea. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
I would have called just because, hey, I just got some great grant money to do some.
But see, I see it as a policy matter, and I believe it's out, I'm not going to get into the detail, because I said I wouldn't, but I disagree, and it's more complicated than that, so, and that's my legal opinion, so.
Here's the deal. If you all don't want to do it,
Madam Mayor, I'm hearing a consensus.
yeah,
To move
because
forward, is what
we're,
I.
yes, and we're going to move forward. But the thing is, this is good for the city. It's good for economic vitality. It's good for our economic health. And if there's a process you all want, I'd like to hear about it, because we've never had it in the past. So,
I think we're all ambassadors on behalf of the city, and when we have grant opportunities, sometimes they have very short timelines to turn around. This one maybe could have been a little more proactive on your part, but it doesn't take away from the validity, in my mind, of the opportunity and the money to be able to help a project that we've already made fully aware the entire country is suffering mall problems, and we could use all the help we can get.
okay. Is there anything else? I think we are at 11:05. Does anyone have anything that they want to talk about in their areas that they, okay? Dan?
I go very quick, I promise.
We got 25 minutes.
You saw me take notes at I-35. Do you want me to
I
do
did.
the
I read your
whole
notes.
page and a half? No. Fire muster board, just a quick, they're adding a new beer tent. And my note on Orange Line, federal funding is not in place. All state and local is approved and ready to go, but federal is not signed off on yet. That's it. How's that?
Okay.
That's pretty fast.
Bill?
Nothing.
Dan? You can read the minutes of the CBB in the monitoring report. I'm done. And we are adjourned.